G'day battlers and welcome to the Clash of the Casters 2026. I have invited every single 2026 Play Pokemon caster into one single Open Great League tournament to find out once and for all who is the greatest caster on Earth, which is of course determined by your ability to play in the Open Great League, which is going to be the same format as the World Championships, the same bans, all the rest of it. But look, if all of the casters are busy, they're all playing in this tournament. Who is going to cast this tournament? And the only answer, of course, is the players. It is the world champions themselves. It is actually 5 of the greatest players of all time that could maybe teach these casters a thing or two at the end of the day. So let's meet them. Let's see these guys once again. Let's bring in our ultimate talented caster team that I will remember to unmute in 3, 2, 1 now. Welcome in to 5 of the Pokemon Go World Champions. We have MEweedle and DancingRob from 2022. ItsAXN from 2023. Yakai from 2024. And of course, Beelzeboy from 2025. Welcome in, gentlemen. We'll sort of just like go down the line. Hi, how you doing? And how you feeling today? Yeah, starting with Weedle.
Am I supposed to start?
Yeah.
My bad.
Go down the way.
I'm doing good today. Excited to be here as always. This is the second or third time now even. I don't really know at this point, but it's always exciting every time. All the different casters from the different regions. I, of course, will be supporting my EU region casters as always. But also not only the players that are here, but the Pokemon and teams they're bringing are always exciting to see as well.
Oh, Rob, I can't hear you. I don't know if you're muted on your end.
I can hear Rob.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
I
can hear Rob. How can
Yeah,
I
I
not
can
hear
hear Rob
Rob?
too.
Oh my gosh. You know what? We're gonna do
screw you,
we're gonna do a little bit of a mulligan here, and I'm gonna click a button that is famous to many people in a Discord call. I'm just gonna leave these guys abandoned and then rejoin, and then it'll probably work. So hang on. 3, 2, 1, disconnect. 3, 2, 1, reconnect. Hi Rob, how are you?
Oh.
I actually still can't hear you.
Yeah, let's see.
Which is crazy.
Oh,
you know what?
I can hear though.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Fixed.
Well, good.
Okay,
Works for
nice.
me. Well, hello everyone. What a better way to spend your Saturday evening than watching some exciting battles. I will be rooting for my fellow Europeans as well, in my totally unbiased opinion, but as a caster, I can definitely be unbiased here. And I'll give it over to Axon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see who's going to win this one. It's always so fun to see what the casters' take on the meta is going to be. I mean, we haven't had that many looks into the Open Great League meta ever since the newest moveset update. There's a lot of things that are good that are new. There's also a lot of things that are still good that are old. So seeing what some of these best players in the world, because honestly, I think a lot of the time people might forget casters, sure, they're casters, but they have to be very knowledgeable in the game. So I'm excited to see what they are cooking up today. I guess everyone's rooting for Europe. You know, maybe I'm rooting for Europe too. Who's to say? But yeah, we'll find out. Yakai, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I have been feeling good. Although it's like probably the latest for me, it's like 2 a.m. for me right now. So, but I'm feeling like not sleepy at all. I'm pretty excited to see all the casters battling soon later. And yeah, just like Axon said, and we please don't forget, every caster should have like their knowledge, their take on the matter, so they can like have their amazing casting on stream in like usual. Like from what I know, like all we know, HomeSliceHenry, which has been a good and famous content creator in the community, he's like so good in his commentating and also play style. So yeah, looking forward to see what the casters can showcase to us for the battle. Yeah, it's your turn, Pizzo.
Yo, hello. Yeah, I'm just excited to be here, like casting the casters, and yeah, as you said, like all these like knowledgeable casters, we have like literal like champions in the list of casters, and so many like people that we haven't seen play, but they are really knowledgeable. So it would be interesting to see their take on the meta, and yeah, this will also give some of us. Ideas for the upcoming World Championship. So yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, excited to have you all.
Let's
We've
watch some battles.
Yeah, there's only a month to go until the World Championship, so everyone should be taking notes right now because look, as you mentioned, there are so many trophies and medals between all of these casters. None around my neck, but you know, we'll wait for LAIC next season. There's so much talent on that caster roster though, and I'm really looking forward to see it. Let's jump in and take a look at like who we're actually going to see today, because actually I should probably explain. This is going to be a Swiss format, 5 rounds, and today we're going to be going through the entire tournament. So first off, we'll be starting off in rounds 1 and 2, where we're going to be featuring as many casters as possible, and then we will head into rounds 3, 4, 5 as we sort of get closer and closer to crowning the Clash of the Caster champion. But to give a quick, I guess, preview of who we've actually got up on the roster today, the first 11 matches. We're going to be watching a lot of matches today. This stream is going to go for about 4 hours. So get your snacks, get your popcorn ready to go. It is going to be a real hoot. But I'm just going to read them through. So we're going to start off with CalebPeng versus hschirra. We've got NiteTimeClasher, the LAIC champion, reigning from 2026, up against Gabzis. We've got DrTrotter versus JogadaExcelente from Latin America. We've got HomeSliceHenry versus Mikeymorgs, DeFi250 versus Jaytheunderdog, AlphaFeeb versus TomahawkUK. We've got Omar CHM10 up against House Dark 93. Rise to Occasion versus, I actually don't know that guy, to be honest with you. I think that's PvP Josh. And then we've got Inadequance versus KoningLionheart, debbiepebble versus Rocha Babyface, who I should mention is a 2-time Clash of the Casters champion. There's literally no one else in the world that has ever won the Clash of the Casters. It's only Rocha Babyface. So keep an eye on this guy. And then, of course, our other LAIC champion, MartoGalde, up against ArceusAurelius as well. So we'll actually just go down the line one more time, starting with MEweedle. Who are you most excited? Which battle are you most excited to see here today?
I mean, as always, there's a lot of tough battles to choose from, but I've got to pick the one containing my good friend and European caster TomahawkUK. He has got an interesting team, which I guess we'll see when we come round to that. But it's not an easy matchup against Phoebe. He's had some good placements, for example, in NAIC, I believe. So I'm excited to see what happens there.
Yeah, and Rob, I'll just let you jump in. We can just keep going.
Tough one for me, but I'm really curious how that unknown PvP Josh in match 8 is gonna perform after we already saw his wins in the last 2 years in previously. But there's a lot of different casters from different regions, and I'm so excited to especially watch the casters from the other region outside of North America and EU that we're not the most familiar with.
Yeah, I gotta say, for me, one of the ones I'm excited to see is gonna be that HomeSliceHenry versus Mikeymorgs match. We've seen a lot of Mikeymorgs as a competitor, but HomeSliceHenry is actually someone that we don't see compete too often. So I'm excited to see what he's gonna bring and how he's gonna play it. Hopefully he's gonna represent NA, but I mean NA versus Australia here. We'll see how that one goes.
Yeah, again, I'm stand with AXN, and I'm excited to see how HomeSliceHenry perform on actual tournaments in Show 6. It's because like he has been doing good with scrimming and with me. And also I'm excited for the match that Hostag 93 versus Omar CHM10, I think. Because Hostag, as we all know, he's a famous people by just hitting the first ever Go Battle League season 1, the first ever to legend rank and player, the rank 10 back in the days. Yeah, so exciting to see how he actually performed in the current meta.
Yeah, Beelzeboy.
For me, yeah, I was gonna pick Rise to Occasion versus PvP Josh as well. Rise obviously a fantastic battler, and so is PvP Josh, and he is also running a very suspicious pick that I'm curious to see how it performs. So yeah, that was one matchup, and the other one was Inadequance versus KoningLionheart, EU versus EU. That seems like an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I'll spoil it. Beelzeboy is picking 2 different matchups that have some interesting Pokemon running around. So definitely stay tuned towards the end of this round 1 and 2, because there's going to be some whack stuff going on. I mean, look, Martine is always bringing something silly. And this time, it's not Giratina. He's feeling practiced enough with that one. Didn't want to reveal his Giratina strats, I guess. But look,
His opponent is also running something very spicy.
that's true. You're
Yeah.
very right. Yeah, there's actually heaps of really cool Pokemon going around in this tournament, and all of them, they could be the upcoming world champion Pokemon pick. I think, no one saw Giratina coming in 2024. Yukai's Lickitung might have seen it coming, to say the least. But but you never know what you are going to see on that world champion battlefield. With all of that said, we're going to jump into the battles and sort of get this thing going. So I guess, casters, start your engines, because we're going to be going in for a real smash. Again, starting off with CalebPeng versus hschirra. We're going to be seeing, all of these world champions sort of cycle on through as the tournament goes on. We're going to be starting off with DancingRob versus MEweedle. They're going to be fighting each other on the battlefield. They don't have to, luckily. There's no, they're both supporting Europe, and there's not even any Europeans in this first battle. But we'll be getting started with CalebPeng versus hschirra, and I guess, champs, take it away.
What a better way to start this off than with the first two world champions casting the battle. How are you feeling, Weedle?
Still good, as always. I'm excited to now have a look at this first matchup here, and there's already first set some interesting picks on the screen. We see a Galarian Stunfisk as opposed to the normally seen Unova Stunfisk. What's your thoughts on that?
Feels pretty nostalgic for me after that was one of my winning Pokemon, I must admit. But there's definitely some interesting picks in there. I haven't seen too much Seeking action myself recently, and I also haven't actually played it that much. So I'm curious how it will fight out. Kanto Ninetales has been quite popular in recent times. Shadow Celio as well, now playing Surf as well. So some interesting things to look forward to.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're ready, then we could probably start the first battle here then.
Look at the
And
first
we
battle.
have an amazing lead for hschirra. It's the Bug Bite Fortress into that Malamar.
With the Galarian Stunfisk safe swap, which is a fairly neutral matchup. The more shields are invested, the more good it gets for hschirra. But at the same time, Galarian Stunfisk usually doesn't shield in that one. It looks like it was a chip and dip, as we like to call it. We have a Malamar on the screen now, a regular Malamar opposed to the Shadow Malamar on the other team.
Yeah, the regular Malamar is going to take the Earthquake a bit better, but it's just going to do slightly less damage with the Psy Waves, and therefore is forced to go for a superpower here instead of the foul play that the Shadow might have been able to take it out with. So that superpower is going to be shielded, and now CalebPeng is going to try and flip switch by just spamming out these Rock Slides.
You're never going to outpace this CalebPeng, but you're definitely going to be able to get off some shields, and that should be good as well in the Malamar Fortress matchup if it ever comes to that again.
Yeah, Caleb is just going to try and get shields down here, trying his best to full switch, but yeah, as you said, realistically, he's not going to be able to do so, as this Galarian Stunfisk is just going to get outpaced by the Malamar. But maybe this puts the Malamar in a nice farm down range for his own Malamar to maybe hit back the Fortress a bit later.
Yeah, let's see. Caleb is definitely not gonna like the backline of hschirra if we look at the K9 versus Altaria, so we for sure would have liked swap. Not that many Psy Waves as well, and now we're gonna meet the Altaria. So I think that looks pretty rough for Caleb, but let's see if he can pull something off.
Yeah, it's never over until it's over, except when you've got your K9 on an Altaria and your Malamar on a Bug-Bite Fortress, I guess. But, I guess at this point, we can just sit and watch it happen.
I think not even Overheat would help the K9 to somewhat flip this, or Solo Beam, I guess, if you want to go for the biggest nuke, but Altaria just is way too tanky with the type advantage, and that is not Kanto Ninetales matchup. I guess if you had a charge move on the Malamar, you might be able to snipe, but I don't think there's a charge move ready, so I'm not sure how he wants to play that out.
Yeah, is potentially baiting back out this Fortress to maybe get a farm down on the K9 at the end, but I still think that this Malamar is just going to get Bug-Bit down and hit by a Sand Tomb or even a Rock Tomb, and that might be game.
even the Rock Tomb, which feels a little bit overkill at this point. We take those, and that is gonna be a 1-0 for hschirra.
Yeah, a very dominant game one, I must say. Very alignment dependent, of course. And we're going to have to see how Caleb now adjusts to that. If he still decides to bring the Malamar, despite it, being obviously very bad into that Fortress that it saw, or if he tries to switch it up. For example, I'm surprised he didn't bring any Seeking because it's actually very neutral into everything on hschirra's team.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if there's gonna be some adaptations. I know the Kalarian Stunfisk feels pretty neutral as well. The Seeking feels pretty neutral. Even the Licky feels somewhat neutral-ish. So maybe we're gonna see some changes to alignment, and maybe hschirra is gonna read this and see if she's gonna keep the switch again on the secondary matchup.
Yeah, I'd say we hop into game two then, and we have the Mirror Malamar leads. I assume this is going to come down to CMP, but we'll have to find out as CalebPeng immediately goes for the first foul play.
I remember playing this as a regular Malamar into an opposing regular Malamar, and there you can actually both tank 2 charge move, and then it comes down to actual IVs. But the regular and the shadow one, they're both only take 1 move, and then it goes down to CMP. And opposed to some people believing, the shadow does not always win the CMP on this one, as it is actually IV dependent as well, and the shadow bonus does not account for the CMP.
And we see Caleb just grabbing that shield and instantly coming in with the Seeking. As I said before, the Seeking looked very safe, so I'm happy to see this adjustment from Caleb, as hschirra fires off a superpower, which does slightly more than a foul play, and is probably going to swap out as she does into that for Alligator.
It's an interesting swap. You might want to think that's a weird one, because you don't have a super effective, because the Hydro Cannon resisted, but the Shadow Claw damage actually do a lot, and then the Hydro Cannon is still oppressive in that matchup.
Yeah, the Hydro Cannons do a lot of damage. As you said, we can see that's about 40% of its remaining health gone. And the Seeking is now in a nice farm down range for this Altaria, or not anymore, but it's not going to get an Icy Wind against the Altaria if it were to come in. But the Feraligatr uses a shield here to keep this Hydro Cannon.
I like this, because you know you're gonna get that shield back with the Feraligatr. And now we're gonna have Altaria in the back for CalebPeng. And if I'm not mistaken, it's gonna be Altaria as well for hschirra, so we do have 2 mirror matchups in the back.
Yes, but CalebPeng's Altaria is slightly ahead on energy, meaning it will outpace to that second Sky attack against hschirra's Altaria. However, hschirra, I believe, still has a move banked on her Malamar, so we're going to see how she decides to use that energy in the end game.
This game is gonna be closer than the first one for sure, and we're about to find out how this one plays out. We do see the swap into the Malamar, saving the Sky attack on the Altaria for Caleb.
Yeah, Caleb may be potentially forgetting that hschirra still has that foul play stored on her own Malamar, because now
You're not
I
winning
think
that
all she
CMP
needs to
there.
do.
Yes.
Yeah, she just even snipes with the superpower, the bad manners resisted superpower, and I think this is going to take out the Altaria and win her the set 2-0.
Pretty impressive 2-2. Yeah, we saw some impressive Malama action, which also is pretty neutral into CalebPeng's team. And I really like keeping the Fortress off the bench, because you're probably not expecting the Kanan anymore after it landed on the Altaria, and it entirely worked out for her. Very impressive.
Yeah, I think good line choices from hschirra. As you said, the Malamar being just so strong neutrally. She played very well with the energy, right? Throwing a move on the Seeking, banking it for the end game, shielding the Feraligatr to save that energy as well in the mid game. I'd say overall very well played by hschirra, and not much wiggling room for CalebPeng to make up for that bad matchup.
Entirely agreed. But the good thing about this that this was just round 1, and CalebPeng still has all the chances to advance to the final stage. I would say we can go on to the second match, if you don't disagree.
I indeed do not disagree.
I will see you in a bit because I think I'm gonna get a different caster now.
Yes, sir.
And there he is, Beelzeboy. How are we doing?
Doing well. Doing well. We have a good matchup coming up.
Yeah, tell
Um,
me about it. What do you think?
yeah. The Wigglytuff from Gabzis looks very interesting. Because NiteTimeClasher has Sableye and Altaria, two things that are weak to the fairy. And even though Wigglytuff got, kind of nerfed earlier this season, it's still like not terrible. So I'm curious to see
Yes.
if Gabsis brings that one.
Yeah, especially with the Licky running Shadow Ball as well. As we
Yeah.
know, the Wigglytuff is really not bad. And even in the, depending on the Core Ignite moveset, which is running Payback, there's not even super oppressive charge move against the Wigglytuff as well. So I really like the Wigglytuff pick as well.
Yeah.
It feels
Yeah.
very neutral-ish overall. We do have some
Yeah.
interesting picks that are not super like hard countered.
Yeah, like for
And
example,
we
the Quagsire is very Quagsire and the Licky are generally free, although Tickersby is usually losing matchup for Licky.
I'm curious to see. I know that NiteTimeClasher is known to play well in LATAM, being the reigning LASC champion, so I'm sure Gabzis is interested in trying to take that LASC title back from NA. We're ready
Let's
for
see how
game
this
one.
goes.
Go. Would you
Okay.
see the Corving Knight into the Celio? This is a very neutral-ish matchup. Both very
Yeah.
somewhat bulky Pokemon, despite the Celio being a shadow Pokemon.
Yeah. Celio, if it lands a Surf, is generally favored in this matchup just because of better better moves. But we see a catch on the Licky of the payback. This is going to
Yeah.
do a good chunk.
So
And they
I think as
NTC also gets
Gabzis, you're
Full Out Snake.
I think as
Yeah.
Gabzis, you're fine with it now, because now you can mirror and all that energy, like Licky is happily taking all those body slams. I'm sure you can take
Yeah.
like 4 at least. Or they're gonna see. It's not the most interesting match to watch, but I'm
If
sure
you
it's
look at
gonna get exciting.
the back lines, uh NTC, I don't know what he has, but Gabzis has Seeking, which is like fine versus everything other than the Corviknight
Looks like it's a
and
Sableye on
Sableye.
NiteTimeClasher's side,
Oh,
which
and we
does
see a
catch a body
body
slam.
slam catch.
Yeah, that is quite impressive. This is gonna be double resisted, so this is gonna do 0 damage essentially. We do see the heart swap into the Sable and to the Seeking now.
And NTC decides to throw Drain Punch. Besides, we do get a shield. Gaps is wanting to debuff the Sableye before taking any charge moves. And because of the Drain Punch defense boost, Sableye is very easily able to get to another move.
I don't
But Gapsis
dislike
decides
the
to no
shield,
shield.
but the Celio with shields is gonna be annoying into
Yeah.
the team. Especially since you have to throw here or else you'll get farmed down. So this is starting to look really good for NiteTimeClasher in my opinion.
Gapsis is
We
like mashing the swap button. You can, as a NiteTimeClasher, you can very comfortably no shield this, knowing that this is an air cutter, good counting by him, and just farm this all the way down. Maybe shield this one just for good measure. And
You've got to shield something at some point, right?
exactly, yeah.
But you also know the full team already, and so looking pretty comfortable here.
Comes out with so much energy, and yeah, this is so over. So we did not see Wigglytuff from Gabzis, and because there was no fortress either, there wasn't really uh, like strong check to Celio. Celio, even honestly, even versus fortress, it's very very fine. So yeah, this was a Celio showcase.
Yeah, even we might want to see some adaptations from Gapsis into the next one. We see the body slam taking out the other Licky just to show some dominance that this is the better Licky, I guess. I do like the Licky as a neutralish pick. But yeah, might have to rethink the other Pokemon you want to bring, especially after seeing the Shadow Sableye. You might be more inclined to bring on the Wigglytuff now. Maybe the two of us are just Wigglytuff fanboys, though. So, what do you think is going to happen?
I feel like it's kind of risky for NiteTimeClasher to bring Sableye now that Gabzis saw that he brought it game one and is now even more inclined to bring the Wiggly. But feel like we will definitely see Corviknight and Licky, I feel, from Gabzis, and Licky as well from NiteTimeClasher, and Celio as well, because it's just so neutral.
Yeah, I would expect the Celio to come back as well. And then we'll see how Gapsis want to deal with it as we head into the second game.
Okay, we
do
do
see
see
the.
Wiggly.
Unfortunately, it's on the Celio, not on Sableye, but he didn't even bring Sableye, so this
Yeah.
is probably a fine matchup. Swapping to a Celio of energy, this might be rough. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah. NiteTimeClasher has a very simple thing he can do, which is to chip the Licky and then go into his own, same as what happened in game one, is playing out very similarly. And now this opposing Licky can farm up a lot of energy and then, throw its moves back into Gabsis' team.
Yeah, game one it was Gapsis actually chipping the Licky and swapping. Now we
Oh,
see
yeah.
NiteTimeClasher adapting the strat, which really works out well for him there, because he also saved some energy on the Celio. We do have energy saved on the Wigglytuff as well, so we'll have to see how useful that energy is gonna be in the mid and end game now.
Also curious to see um charge move Quagsire is running than the Aqua Tail, which is the standard.
We're about to
Let's
find
see.
out. Really good for Gapsis that she got to another move,
Oh,
because yeah, we do see potential deny here.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, there was a deny when the Wigglytuff came in, but
I
Licky should have been able to get you two moves regardless.
agree.
But this
Now
third one maybe.
we'll see. For sure, the fortress in the back is gonna be interesting. You really want to align that to the Celio, but it looks like you're not getting it so far. You definitely want to shield and save all the energy and see if you can pull up some magic in the back. We do see the swap
Oh, it
now.
is
It's
Volt Switch,
which
which
does make it much worse against the Quagsire. Because now
is a
you're
Water Gun
resistant,
Quagsire with Drain Punch.
and it is a water gun. Right, I
That's
agree.
a very interesting moveset.
It
Do we
is.
see a Drain Punch? No, we don't. We just see the good Aqua Tail. And looks like this Quagsire can probably take this Sand Tomb and just farm the fortress all the way down, coming out with another Aqua Tail to throw into the Wigglytuff. Oh, but we
Yeah.
do see a combo play.
Yeah, and we do see the
Um,
Quagsire going down, but the Wigglytuff might be a little bit too low at this point. Well, I'm gonna see. We needed some DRE magic there to get out of this move, but even then, we're not
yeah,
close to the move yet, unfortunately.
yeah, the Celio has just too much energy, and Fortress doesn't have any. Like Fortress doesn't have a move, so we do see another sweep in this round. With
Yeah.
a very interesting Quagsire.
Yeah, the Quagsire is for sure gonna be. I'm really curious to see if NiteTimeClasher advances that, to see if that play out in next rounds, because the water fighting coverage, I guess. That's an interesting one to pick Quagsire then, and not a water fighting Pokemon like Poliwrath then.
True. Yeah, like we haven't really seen this moveset other than in like some like specific limited GBL formats. And yeah, over fighting water coverage over Poliwrath, which is another trick that you can use.
Sure, these were some exciting battles so far. It looks like Latam is not taking back that LAAC champion title just yet, but there's still more battles
So far,
upcoming.
there's
Yeah,
there's
and
still some chances left.
for sure. It's been an honor to cast with you and Weedle so far, and I will move myself out
Thank you for
for
joining us, Rob.
a few battle. I'll be joining you guys later, and Yakai is
Let's
gonna be
go.
up next.
Hello, Yikai. How's
Yeah,
it
hello
going?
everyone, and also hello Beelzeboy. If you are like the Wigglytuff fanboy, like Rob just mentioned, you may be excited for the upcoming matches as well, cause we
Oh,
see,
another Wigglytuff.
yeah, another Wigglytuff. What a surprise, dude! And what a
Um,
surprise! Also paired with Fortress. Just this time is the Shadow one instead of the normal from the last.
DrTrotter has some interesting Pokemon, and so does JogadaExcelente. Um, we see Fortress, but we also see Medicham, Guzzlord, and Jellicent. Um, that look very interesting versus Jogada's team, which has Cradily and non-shadow like regular Kanto Ninetales. How is
Yeah.
this matchup looking to you?
First thing I looked into this matchup is from the DrTrotter side. The Jellicent actually looks pretty strong if it's not aligned into the Licky on the opposing side. Because like Jellicent has the fast pacing of 4 hexes to Shadow Ball all once we got a season update earlier. So it can have a nice sweeping potential or like shield pressure against most of the mons except Licky on Jogada's team.
True,
What's
and
your
the
think?
the Guzzlord as well looks very free versus Jogada's team. There's
Yeah,
no super effective damage, and other than like the Dragon Breaths from Altaria, which Guzzlord keeps pace with. So yeah, Guzzlord plus Jellicent look pretty good, and from Jogada's side, the Cradily, if the Fortress is running Volt Switch as its fast move, then Cradily also seems to have a lot of play. But DrTrotter has other good checks to the Cradily, so we might not see that Pokemon. But something else that seemed interesting to me is the Corviknight, which has good play versus all of DrTrotter's team, especially if he's running Bug Bite on the Fortress. Um, Also, Licky as always, is just very playable for him.
yeah, yeah. So it all depends on whether the fortress is running full switch or bug bite, right? So either
Yeah,
Corviknight or Credilli will have a pretty a strong, decent matchup in this match for Jogadas. And on
yeah,
Dr. Schroeder's side, let's not forget the one and only Shadow Gator, though. So with running Shadow, it can actually two-shot Licky with with two hydro cannons. So that matchup doesn't look like unwinnable as the normal one did.
True. There's Shadow for Alligator as always has very good energy. The energy of a Shadow for Alligator is really, really good. And yeah, we don't see anything that resists water on Jogada's sides, which means that that's also going to be an interesting pick. Let's see what they bring in
Yes.
these battles
Let's
now.
see. Oh,
Oh, we
it's a
see
pretty
a terrible
comfortable lead
lead.
for DrTrotter as Lord against Ursula. And out comes Lucky Say Swap. So let's see. Lucky can actually make this matchup
Fight
kind of
back in this matchup.
yeah with the Shadow Ball or coverage it has, which is why it's always pretty strong and safe in this meta.
We do see a dynamic punch thrown, and since this was a pretty quick swap into the Medicham, counter swap into the Medicham, the Medicham can get to two dynamic punches before Licky can get to two Shadow Balls. Because a Shadow Ball plus a Body Slam wouldn't have cured the Medicham. And now Jugara decides to let the Licky go and get farm on the Corsola. That could be useful,
Yeah,
but
and
Dr.
DrTrotter actually don't want to consider that farmland, so just instant pivot out it back into the Gas Lord. And out comes Jogada's response into Credilli. So it's acid on
That
Credilli, so this is actually a pretty is decent matchup for Credilli then.
Yeah, this is very playable for Cradily, but Dr. Rotter, knowing that Guzzlord doesn't really have any negative matchups in the versus Jogada, decides to just counter swap it and is able to get to two brutal swings before Cradily is even able to reach one single move. And yeah, that um, Rock Tomb did not do a lot of damage. And we see a catch
A
as
nice
well
cash on
on
Rock to
Medicham.
on Metacham. Yeah, cause I thought of that instant swap into Guzzlord probably potentially also because he has like basically two answer to Corsola with Shadow Gator in the back, so he feels pretty comfortable to just swap back into the Guzzlord there.
True. But this doesn't look over because the Cradily can basically one-shot the Feraligatr in the back. I wonder
Yeah.
if
And a nice CMPE by DrTrotter to like force like Jogada to throw this power gem here to like prevent Corsola from getting more energy afterwards. And now I think this game is kind of over if it's not. Like from what I remember, the critically basically is energy dry and Gator can
yeah,
just one shield farm down this. Yeah,
yeah,
and just get
unless
to Hydro. Well played
yeah,
by
this
this game.
well played by him. There's just too much energy on the
Yeah.
Feraligatr.
Also a shield advantage and a Fat Manner Ice Beam. Yeah. He didn't have to do this. Hydro will
Dr.
surely kill
Dr.
there.
Trotter showcasing his impeccable counting, throwing
Yeah.
the ice
Throwing the
beam
ice
right
beam
at the
on the
CMP.
CMP tie on Perdilis getting to the rock team.
And
Yeah.
a dominant win by him in game one. Let's see if Jogada can pull back in game number two.
Yeah, let's
Are you
see
are you
what's the
expecting any
adjustment.
changes?
If I'm expecting any adjustment, maybe I think he needs to stop bringing the Cano Night House. Although it has a pretty horrible matchup against Guzzlord, but with regular Night House, it can actually really comfortably leave a serve from Jellicent, and two Energy Ball will Presley takes out the Jellicent. So it's a like playable matchup, at least a winnable matchup in zeros, from what I heard.
Yeah, he's running a non-shadow Candonitals, which means that yeah, it can tank a surf. And if we do see a weekly tough, then it can be that thing as well.
Yes.
Um, yeah, I'm also wondering if Jogada decides to bring one of the two flyers or maybe both of them because they're so like playable into everything except for Altaria into the Wigglytuff and maybe the Medicham which also has Ice Punch. Let's see. Let's see what
Yeah,
happens in
so
game two.
let's hop into game two. A pretty neutral matchup overall with Shadow for Alligator into Corviknight.
And yeah, the Feraligatr does decide to throw the Hydro Cannon pretty much right away, which this Corviknight can very easily tank. Now, does Corviknight go for the bait or for the big payback? It does look like they decide to bait, and
Oh, and it's
Dr. Trotter
successful.
decide to seal. Do we
Okay.
get a boost? We
No.
don't get a boost, but
Oh, but a a little miscalculation from Jogada's side, allowing a Shadow Claw sneak in here. So Aircutter lands on Feraligator's chip down the HP. Oh, a very nice counting on Jogada's side, I guess. Before Feraligator gets to the back-to-back Hydro, fires off the third Aircutter to grab a shield here.
Jogada does come out with a really good amount of energy, more than 2 Hydro Cannons. Let's see if um they land on Altaria. Looks like they do not. They land on the Licky and these two Hydro Cannons are basically gonna knock out this Pokemon. So
Yeah,
it's probably going to be Altaria with a shield versus the backline that
true.
now can we do see a shield on the Licky.
Oh,
We
a nice
see
catch on Hydro. And then
um
on the Altaria, he kind of have to do that there, I
yeah,
think.
a very nice catch, but this
Oh, but
this
yeah,
might
it's
put the
actually a really
this
good
might put
ship.
the
Yeah, it might put the Altaria into Ice Punch range from Madisham.
yeah. And Medicham being so bulky isn't knocked out by a single sky attack. So let's see if it can get to another ice punch before it gets farmed down, or if the timer is
Oh, not even
that did no
close.
damage. That
Yeah,
did no damage.
pretty tanky.
Looks like yeah, Altaira is gonna have to
Yeah,
take the ice move in
it
the end.
did took
We do
it, but
see
not that well.
Yeah, we do see a catch. We do see Altaria surviving that move, but not very well. And yeah, this is looking uh, over for Jogada.
Yeah, if it's like a Jellicent in the back, Jogada's with a decent amount of energy stored on Licky Licky is still possible to win, but with a bulky Guzzlord in the back, it can tank
Yeah,
this body slam for days. I just can't see a way from Jogada's to sneak in a win here. Very well
yeah,
played though by DrTrotter.
yeah. DrTrotter had a good team com advantage with the Guzzlord, and he piloted it successfully to win a clean 2-0. That Feraligatr in game number 2 got uh to a hydro cannon versus the Corviknight. Then it got to two hydro cannons versus the Licky, forcing a shield, and then it got to another hydro cannon which was caught on Altaria. So even though he had to Dr. Otter had to invest 2 shields into it, yeah, I think it paid off well for him.
Yeah, actually the Hydro Cannon and catch on Altaria, like potentially paid off for both sides. Like for Jogada, it's a nice catch, of course, but like for DrTrotter, it's not terrible because that puts Altaria closer and closer into the Ice Punch ring from Medicham.
True, so true. Yeah, it was an honor casting with you, Yekai. Now I'm
Yeah, I will see you later, Brizo.
see you later. Thank you so much.
Hey,
Oh,
Yakai,
it's
how you
me.
doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How about you, Axon?
I'm doing good. This is a match I really wanted to see what was going to happen here. HomeSliceHenry, Mikeymorgs, two
Yeah,
very similar teams. I don't know. I feel like this is going to be a pretty even match.
yeah. assuming both fortress should be on bug bite as their shadow, right?
They are, yeah.
And they both looks like pretty strong against the opposing team.
Yeah.
Yeah, up against like 45 mons on the opposing side having a winning matchup.
Yeah, Mikeymorgs with the Ninetales here actually has like a harder answer to Fortress than HomeSliceHenry does, but Henry does have options against it. He has the mirror match. He honestly doesn't really have anything that's going to get completely destroyed by Fortress, but that could be kind of an interesting matchup to see how it plays out. Also, kind of interestingly, both sides have a Shadow Altaria here, which I feel like is generally less common than regular Altaria, but I feel like in this matchup, it honestly also looks pretty good on both sides.
True, the decision of Shadow Altaria is mainly for the Unova Stemfish matchup because you actually do 1 extra damage with Dragon Breath in that matchup, allow it from a like close, like decent matchup for Stemfish becoming a winning matchup for Altaria instead. So in this matchup, it's actually like the decision of Shadow paid off really well because we have both Billfish on opposing line, 2 teams too.
Right, and they both look so safe here. You know, even Stunfisk, I feel
Ah.
like, is almost uncountered on both sides. So probably a lot of Altaria, a lot of Stunfisk, probably a lot of
Yeah.
Fortress too. So I'm excited to see what game number 1 here is going to look like.
Yeah. Oh, it's a slightly possible matchup for Mikeymorgs with Licky into Altaria, but it's not that terrible. Altaria have ways to play that out.
And
We
Henry trying to get a little
see,
bit fancy there,
yeah.
going for a catch attempt on his own Licky. Mikeymorgs, though, can see that a mile away. Goes for the body slam instead. But even though you call that catch, I mean, you don't have a great
Oh,
answer bringing in a
yeah.
Feraligatr here.
This is like not a good idea coming out against a Licky up energy. Like although with the body slam chip, you put them into like 2 hydro cannons range, but like Licky with energy advantage, which just outpace you to the second move though.
Yeah, that's the big problem. Like, sure, landing the body slam here does chip down the Licky into double Hydro Cannon range, but up energy, this Licky here, it's just going to outpace you to those 2 charge attacks. And this Feraligatr, as we're going to see now, has to invest resources pretty early on. I feel like Henry, especially with the energy he stored from that lead matchup with his Altaria, as well as the fact that this is a pretty good matchup for him, he should be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, and this Alligator seems like if Licky just put up a shield here. Oh, actually didn't. Yeah, makes sense. So Henry potentially want to go for more energy on the Shadow Altaria even. Just going for a 1 shield farm down here, looks like.
Yeah, I mean, once you shield this move up, you're almost at 100 energy after this farm down. Licky even doesn't want to take this energy that the Altaria has, so we're likely going to see a no-shield. HomeSliceHenry at this point has put on a lot of work with this Pokemon. We don't know what he has in the back line. Could be a Stunfisk, could be a Fortress. We'll just have to see what that final
Oh,
Pokemon's
it's
going to
a
be.
Stunfisk.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, this is a pretty good catch by Henry once again, saving the HP on
Yeah.
Altaria, and Shadow Ball doesn't do all that much damage here.
Yeah, that catch may not seem crucial right now, but it will pay dividend and later because in Shadow Altaria's mirror, HP is really important because that both sides Dragon Breath hurts a lot.
Yeah, saving that Altaria with the energy and that fast move pressure is going to be very helpful because this Altaria on the side of Mikeymorgs here is going to start farming up a lot of energy. Discharge going to be thrown. It's not going to do all that much damage, but it should be able to at the very least chip this down into a range where in that mirror match later on, HomeSliceHenry should be in a good spot.
Oh, very nice counting by Mikeymorgs. Going for the flamethrower. Is it enough to KO the Newfish? Oh, Henry don't want to know about it and just put up a shield.
Yeah, we
And for
see the shield
yeah,
outlaying the area. This is fat beatdown range.
yeah.
Okay. Apologies. Seem to be having technical difficulties. Let me just click a disconnect button, reconnect button, and see what happens. Oh, it looks like. Okay. Apologies for that, everyone. My Wi-Fi just seems to have hard dropped out, but It seems to be coming back in a second.
One by catching that body slam. And because of that, it was able to just kind of snowball in his favor, where he kept on leveraging these small advantages over and over again. And it put him into this spot where in the end game, it felt, even though it was a pretty similar mirror match, it was just very dominant for HomeSliceHenry.
Would have been really strong on both sides from the preview of the match. So we'll now see if on both sides tries to make the adjustment and on bringing that, because I think it can be pretty strong if them aligning that well.
Yeah, I'm gonna be excited to see where game 2 is gonna head here. I think a lot more Shadow Altaria is gonna be on the screen. Fortress, honestly, I don't know if it would have found too many good matchups there in that last game. So potentially in this next game, you're gonna see more Licky Licky, more Altaria. And I like that for Alligator pick by Mikeymorgs, but maybe if it can be positioned better away from the Licky Licky, it might have a little bit more play. We will get to the next battle here in just a second. A little bit of technical issues here, but we can keep it going. I am excited to see if HomeSliceHenry is able to get that 2-0. We've only seen 2-0 victories so far on the stream. We haven't
Yeah.
seen a 2-1 just yet, so we'll see if that's going to happen again.
Oh, again, in game number 2, a pretty neutral one. Licky Licky mirrors from both sides.
Yeah, right. Not exactly the most exciting mirror matchup to watch over, but we can see in the backline here, Mikeymorgs with the Shadow Altaria. Likely that's going to be the same case with HomeSliceHenry. So both of these trainers are probably pretty happy that their Altaria are avoiding these rollout users here.
Yeah, and the key of the matchup is whoever wins CMP, it may not be actually nice for them. Surely your Licky Licky will live if with the energy, and you will get farmed down in the backfield. So Mikeymorg actually deciding to pivot out with this matchup first into Shadow Fortress. You have to eat a Shadow Ball though.
A good attempt at a catch here, but HomeSliceHenry a little bit more patient than Mikeymorgs would have liked. Goes for
Yeah.
the Shadow Ball instead, and now the second one would get the knockout. A shield by Mikeymorgs can be put up to try to save some HP on this Fortress. We'll see if we see a swap out. And yeah, there's that Shadow Altaria, which does resist Bug Bite, but that doesn't even look like it's resisted. What is that damage? Bug Bite's kind of shredding the HP right now.
Yeah, it's shadow on shadow, so or maybe it hurts more than usual because we see Shadow Fortress fighting against normal Altaria more. Oh, and we see Mikeymorgs farming in a little bit more on Fortress and now coming back into Licky Licky to absorb this energy from Altaria. And then
Yeah,
now
after
going
that
for
Rock
Shadow
Tomb
Ball.
debuff, that doesn't do too much damage though.
Yeah, Licky Licky pretty comfortably survived that and now goes for the Shadow Ball. This will put Altaria into the rat.
It forces some more energy out of HomeSliceHenry here.
Yeah.
Not the most efficient use of Altaria in this game, but there is still the Licky Licky on his side that he could swap right back into. We see the Shadow Altaria on the side of Mikeymorgs, likely going to come in here to get the farm down. And we'll see what HomeSliceHenry wants to do. Does he seed over the farm down? Does he swap back to Licky Licky? He actually swaps instead to his final Pokemon. Unova Stunfisk comes back in. And this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. I think Altaria has a lot of work to do this game if Mikeymorgs wants to win.
Yeah, surely this is a possible, positive matchup for Shadow Altaria, like we just said from the beginning of the match. But Altaria still have to do a lot of work then, and just this matchup, it will have to DB down a poison Altaria and potentially the Licky Licky with low HP in the back.
Still a bit of energy on this Fortress. It actually does reach the Sand Tomb. That's kind of huge. This is super
Yeah.
effective, and it also debuffs the defense stat of this Unovan Stunfisk. So potentially this damage could be huge at flipping the tide.
Oh, a
my goodness.
CMP tie!
That's huge for Mikeymorgs. That is a lot
Yeah.
of wasted energy and HP on the side of this Stunfisk. You don't have to shield that. You can come back in Altaria here. This is going to be Sky Attack range. There might actually be a chance if Mikeymorgs can manage his energy and HP correctly, he might be able to come back.
Yeah. Let's see. Altaria putting up the last shield here because he didn't want to full DB down by opposing Altaria, but HomeSliceHenry actually just do a real catch. So real catch at that on his low HP Altaria.
Incredible play. I
Waving.
think that might just seal the deal at this point. Licky is going to
Yeah.
require a Sky Attack to get knocked out immediately. And then that Stunfisk, thanks to that catch, is not going to have to be worried about the Sky Attack from this Altaria. I think a Discharge is going to close this out. That was such a nice catch by
Yeah,
HomeSliceHenry.
and it still have enough HP to just go for the discharger to take the knockout against Mikeymorgs Shadow Altaria. Oh my god. We all think that Mikeymorgs might be coming back with this Shadow Altaria, but Henry just said no. And made an insane catch on his Altaria.
It was as close as it could have been. Mikey made that incredible play with the CMP sack swap, but then HomeSliceHenry decided if you can do that, I can do it too. I'm just going to catch this Sky Attack, sacrifice my Altaria, and that just set up such an insane endgame there. I am honestly very impressed by both of these battlers. Very similar teams once again, but Shadow Altaria by far is going to be a key player here that we saw from this match. I'm very impressed with what that Pokemon was able to do on both sides.
Yeah, it's like so happy for me to see both sides like Shadow Altaria did so well for them, and because I'm also a huge Altaria fan, I want that with Worlds, although it's the normal form, but also are loving and how the Shadow form performs in differently, but also very good in all different matchups. So exciting to see how would they use this Pokemon to like perform well in the future of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, yet another 2-0 sweep here. I'm excited to see here if the next match is going to be a 2-1. Are we ever going to see, someone fight back a little bit? Selfishly, I wanted to see at least one more game of this series, but it looks like it's a 2-0 for HomeSliceHenry. Let's see what that next match is going to be.
Yeah, and I will see you later.
Yep, see ya. Mr.
Hello.
MEweedle, welcome on in.
Thank you. Glad to be back. I've been watching the battles. They've been great. As we saw the catches, the CMP ties, the 2-0 sweeps everywhere. Not quite what we necessarily expected, but maybe this all changes now.
I haven't looked at these teams just yet, but I'm going to be honest. There's a lot of spice to go over here. Jaytheunderdog's team, for example, that reminds me of like a very Arrow-esque team that I'm kind of excited to see how he's going to play it out. And DeFi also with some spice on it herself.
Yeah, I believe Jaytheunderdog is a big fan of that Dartrix. I think he's mentioned it before. That is his favorite Pokemon. So probably was very happy to see Arrow have such success with it and has probably been inspired by that core with the Aegislash, which we occasionally see, has had some amazing performances. So I'm excited to see if he brings it, and if he does, how he can play with it.
I know a certain world champion said Aegislash would never win a regional championship. Unfortunately, it ended up winning 2 pretty recently after that. So it's a good Pokemon. It definitely has a lot of play. I don't know if in this current meta, I'm going to probably be eating my words saying it again. I feel like this current meta is also really bad for Aegislash, but it finds a way, I'm sure. It could have some play here. But there's a Guzzlord, there's a Furret, a Quagsire, and basically everything on the side of DeFi has super effective damage into Aegislash, which might actually kind of hold it back a little bit here. But, again, I guess I don't have the right read on Aegislash, so maybe it's actually going to just be insane in this matchup. It's hard to say. But I am excited to see where this spice is going to go. I don't know. There's no fire type on the side of DeFi, which I feel would be hard for Jay's team to deal with, having the Dartrix double steal, and really your only answer to fire type being the Feraligatr. But saying there's only the fire type damage from Altaria, that's going to help him out, I think, a little bit here.
Yeah, the Altaria has coverage into every single Pokemon on this team. There's nothing that resists all of Altaria's moves. The Altaria does super effective into 4 out of those 6 Pokemon. And with the Feraligatr being the Shadow version, the Sky Attack and Dragon Breath really add up on that one as well. So maybe has to look into the Corsola being the best answer to the Altaria. But I guess we'll find out soon.
Right, yeah, let's see. Game number 1. There's the Altaria, there's the Corsola. You were saying that was going to be probably the worst matchup you could see here. But it's still not completely over because you have a lot of neutral damage with Dragon Breath and Sky Attack. You also have 2 hard answers to this Pokemon in the backline. I almost wonder if you're going to try to catch a move at some point on DeFi's side.
Yeah, like a Nightshade catch would be very nasty in this scenario. If DeFi can do that. Well, what did you say? A Nightshade catch?
Is gonna be?
Oh, with Power
Is
Gem
this a
potentially.
bait?
True.
It's
Well,
going
we'll
to
find
be
out.
Power Gem, you know,
Okay.
not quite as efficient, but still a fantastic catch, saving the HP there on Altaria. No Brick Break on this for it, but Trailblaze still going to be neutral, ramping up your damage. This is probably not the worst matchup to be in.
Yeah, this might come down to shielding the Earthquake or no shielding a Rock Slide. I guess we'll find out what Jay decides to do here, as he does no shield that first Trailblaze, knows it's going to be boosting up the attack. And
What are we going to do here? Shield up the Earthquake. Good call by the side of DeFi. Honestly, you kind of want to get rid of this Pokemon because while you do have Altaria with Flamethrower and you do have a lot of neutral damage here on Guzzlord with your Brutal Swings, it would still be kind of an awkward Pokemon to take out. So just ramping up here, doing all of this consistent damage, I feel is not a bad play.
Yeah, not only that, but boosting up this Furret more and more and more is going to really help in the next matchups as well. But does get hit by another Earthquake, just barely. An Altaria catch would have been really nice there, but does let go of that Furret, comes in with the Altaria and gets a little bit more energy.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate 1 HP survive on the side of the Stunfisk, but I mean, you were able to get that catch earlier. Furt did put in a lot of work so far this game. Sky Attack gonna try to knock out Corsola, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure if this is quite enough damage here to knock out. Corsola does put up a shield though, so I guess either way, it will hang on.
And there it is, another catch of the Corsola's moves. Is it a Nightshade this time? No, another Power Gem, so it's going to do a good chunk of damage. But still would be doing it doesn't even make a difference, as an Ice Beam here would be one-shotting anyways.
I feel like at this point, Guzzlord is kind of where it wants to be. There's a Corsola and a Shadow for Alligator, two Pokemon with Ghost-type fast attacks. You're not taking a lot of damage here, and Brutal Sphinx, with how quick they are to reach, I think DeFi might be able to spam out enough damage here to make this very uncomfortable for Jay the Underdog.
We'll have to see as she lets go the Ice Beam that is going to take out the Guzzlord. However, this Altaria is still so healthy, and it might get the farm down here.
Oh, the last minute Hydro Cannon being thrown. This could be risky if you no-shield this, because you might be in farm down range. Forced into shielding this move, it's going to come down to if this Corsola can actually finally land a charge attack into Altaria. But I think DeFi, with the energy and with the catches, might be able to reach 2 Sky Attacks first. We're at the back-to-back as long as you win CMP with Altaria, which I am pretty sure that you should against most Corsolas. I think DeFi might have this one.
Yeah, the shield is going to go up, but the second Sky Attack is already there. I believe that would have been even on the CMP tie, so just barely is able to take out this Corsola and win game 1.
Honestly, very impressive dancing on the side of DeFi there. Altaria is not inherently good into Corsola. You called that before the match even started. But because Corsola is a clunky 3-turn move user, you can kind of dance around it. And if you don't let it land a charge attack there, it's nowhere near as bad of a matchup as you might expect it to be. And interestingly enough, as well for DeFi, the ABA Dragon lineup ended up working out very well. There's really not a lot of things on the side of Jay the Underdog that can truly shut down Guzzlord. There is that Galarian Stunfisk, which resists your Dragon-type damage, but you still have neutral damage against them. And then Pangoro, while that is a fighting type, you have to debuff your defense stat with close combat if you want to get a one-shot. So I do like the play on the side of DeFi to go with that kind of team comp.
Yeah, especially with the Altaria threatening away that Pangoro as much as it is, she might be reading that Jay wants to bring stronger Pokemon, like the Corsola, like the Galarian Stunfisk with the super effective Rock Slide, like the Feraligatr with the Ice Beam. They're probably Jay's 3 better options into that Altaria. However, the Altaria still just won the game pretty cleanly.
Yeah, let's get into game number 2 here. See what kind of adjustments these trainers are going to be making. It's going to be, well, there it is, the Pangoro up against the Guzzlord. Oh no, and this is kind of a nightmare situation. You have a Furret in the backline. Really, all you have against this is your Altaria.
But Jay the Underdog, a late switch into the Galarian Stunfisk. This is not even a winning matchup for the Galarian Stunfisk, as 2 Rock Slides do not KO. And unlike a few years ago, the Altaria now has Flamethrower.
Yeah, that coverage here is so nice to have. Rock Slide, I'm not even sure if it's going to 2-shot. We got a bit of Karate Chop damage before swapping out of the Pangoro, so maybe that chip damage helps, but no. Altaria going to hang on to 2 attacks here. This is honestly looking a little bit bad for the matchup with the Stunfisk. But you don't necessarily need switch on the side of Jay the Underdog. If you go down shields here as DeFi, that Pangoro is still going to be very problematic later on in the game.
Yeah, but DeFi knows that the Pangoro is going to be problematic, so is therefore shielding up the health on the Altaria to try and keep this alive for that Pangoro a bit later in the game. We'll have to see what Jay the underdog comes in with and what DeFi decides to do with this Altaria.
Interesting play. Comes back in with a Pangoro. Might sense an opportunity here to build up energy because while Altaria is going to resist your fighting type damage, its pacing to sky attacks are still a little bit slow. Pangoro can farm up a lot of energy here, start putting on a bit of a clinic, honestly, if it can knock out the Altaria before the next move. Let's see what we throw here. Night Slash is neutral, but close combat does do more raw damage and might pick up the knockout. But just a Night Slash. Altaria hangs on. Can it reach another sky attack?
No, it's going to get perfectly farmed down by the Pangoro. And now DeFi comes back in with the Guzzlord. And Jay might be a bit confused about this, but he might now be reading what's in the bag as he full sends the close combat and it just one-shots the Guzzlord.
I don't think we're going to see the third Pokemon on the side of Jay the Underdog, but what I do think we're going to see is a third game finally in this tournament. We're going to have a best of 3 for once in our life here, but Pangoro is just going to go for the close combat once again, one-shotting the Furret, getting a full sweep this game. Incredible plays by Jay, incredible read as well, just to lead the Pangoro.
Yeah, I think this is a game that perfectly showcases why you do not play ABA unless your name is Arrow. It will not work out for you most of the time, as has been shown here. The energy management as well, though, by Jay was really well played on that Altaria with the Pangoro, the perfect farm down before that next Sky attack could land.
Yeah, it's one big drawback of Altaria here is its pacing is not the best. I almost wonder if maybe DeFi after that game is going to be a little bit scared of what that Pangoro could do. Maybe a Pokemon like Tinkaton even could come into play because it does have a lot of neutral play against a lot of the teams still on Jay the Underdog side. Doesn't really want to see the Stunfisk, but it's good into the Dartrix, Corsola. It has some play into Feraligatr and Aegislash, but it also is so good into Pangoro. So I wonder how DeFi wants to adjust here going into the next game.
Yeah, no better way than to find out right now, as it is the Quagsire into the Galarian Stunfisk. And it's the
Yeah,
regular Quagsire, so it's going to be taking the Earthquake even better than the Shadow one.
I gotta say, I'm surprised we're seeing the Stunfisk stay in here. This is normally one of the worst spots it could be in. I'd say maybe the only worst matchup Jay has on the team would be maybe the Aegislash. Is there an ABA Steel type lineup, or is Jay just making a read that maybe staying in here for a second could be a good play?
Potentially is just going to try and land this Earthquake and swap out. But yeah, as you said, it's an awkward matchup to stay in with. And even after this Earthquake, it's still staying in. So, yeah, is it an Aegislash in the back or is it just bait?
It's a non-shadow Quagsire, which takes the Earthquake even better than Jay probably would hope. Aquatail is enough to knock out. We don't have Stone Edge coverage, so if Dartrix is in the backline, which it actually is, it will end up walling the energy here. And honestly, actually, if it gets a big farm down, this could be a bit problematic for the backline, because Brave Bird's going to hurt everything for quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, and DeFi, interestingly, is just going to stay in this matchup and fire off these Aquatails, which are resisted, and the Mudshots are not doing any damage either. It's just going to give this Dartrix a lot of energy to throw into the Altaria or into the Guzzlord. We'll have to see what DeFi comes in with.
Yeah, at this point, I kind of have to bring an Altaria, because at the very least you can survive one Brave Bird, but the problem is I think Dartrix, with the energy it has, can just reach 2 before Altaria can do anything. Instant shield on the Brave Bird, just in case there is a Pokemon in the backline you need to keep your Altaria for, such as a Pangoro. We'll see the second Brave Bird already reach, though. This isn't going to one-shot, but man, at this point, this Dartrix is putting on a show.
Yeah, Brave Bird does like 60% to that Altaria, and there it is, your favorite Pokemon, the Aegislash.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense why they were staying in the lead matchup there with that Galarian Stunfisk. In a classic Arrow-esque team fashion, we see the ABA Steel types. I don't know if Aegislash is able to flip this matchup. This is one of the few Pokemon that you are forced to go Gyro Ball into. And Gyro Ball being a less efficient attack than Shadow Ball means that you're not going to one-shot the Guzzlord here. And Guzzlord's so quick to reaching these Brutal Swings. Basically, everything about this matchup makes it kind of uncomfortable for Aegislash. But with its bulk, it might still be able to make something happen. And we see a very interesting shield here on the first attack that we're going to see from this Aegislash.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Jay can potentially land another move. Nope, just... Oh, no, wait, he is still in, my bad. He is going to stay in this matchup. He's doing the Psycho Cut damage now, so he's going to get more energy generation as opposed to being in the shield form. As he shields up the Brutal Swing, is maybe looking to fire off a Gyro Ball here, but we'll have to see what he decides to do.
I don't know if we can see anything going on there with Guzzlord on the screen, but now, finally, a charge attack going to be thrown right before the next attack here. If you're not a back-to-back Gyro Ball, though, you're not going to be able to throw your next move before this Brutal Swing is going to come through. Aegislash, a very dramatic Pokemon, swapping forms once again here. Gyro Ball going to do a sizable chunk of HP. Dartrix tries its best to catch a move. And now there's a lot that Aegislash has to do here in the endgame if it wants to flip this. It has to go for a charge attack into Altaria and Guzzlord before taking too much damage itself.
Yeah, it's going to shield up the Sky Attack here against that Altaria, potentially looking to CMP tie win with that Dartrix. And is this Seed Bomb going to KO, though?
I'm not sure Seed Bomb. Energy Ball! Wait, what? Okay, well that's enough, I guess. Okay. Anyway, so there's gonna be now a situation where I think Guzzlord is 2 Dragon Tails away from the next Brutal Swing. Aegislash needs to be 2 chargings away. Is it gonna be able to reach it? It is! Oh my goodness! Wait, dude, I told you before this entire series started, I don't know Aegislash. I don't know anything about this Pokemon. It just does stupid stuff. And staying in the Psycho Cut form as long as Jay the Underdog did gave so much energy over to the Pokemon, somehow coming back from a Quagsire lead with ABA Steel. That is maybe the most impressive win I've seen of the tournament.
Yeah, he's really manifesting his inner arrow there as he did take out that Guzzlord with the Aegislash. Wow, I mean, honestly, not having Jay's POV here probably made this more exciting than it would have been otherwise, as we had no clue where that Aegislash was on energy-wise. So wow, what a great set there.
I am just I'm at a loss for words here. I mean, I know Aegislash can do some stupid things, but Jay the Underdog piloted it so well. DeFi though also made some really nice plays here. It was kind of an awkward situation when she ended up seeing that Dartrix come in, because you could swap out if you want to, but you don't know it's going to be in the back line. Maybe Switch could be helpful, but man, I was very impressed there to see all of the plays Jay the Underdog made to kind of come back from such an awkward position.
Yeah, Jay the Underdog getting the first Game 3 win that we've seen so far in this tournament. And I think maybe now we will have a quick look at the standings of this tournament if we can throw it over to Steve.
Wait, I was muted. Sorry. Game 3 is real, and despite what AXN might tell you, Aegislash is real as well, it turns out. But look, we do have a little bit of a tournament update, and it's not necessarily the standings, but it's something that I maybe I wouldn't call it a lie, but maybe I didn't tell you completely straight up, because as I said, in this first 11 matches we are looking at rounds 1 and 2, and this is sort of the showcase rounds, right? We're just trying to show off as many casters as possible. We're now 5 matches in. There are still 6 matches in these first 2 rounds before we get into rounds 3, 4, 5. But it turns out that all of the Drain Punch, Water Gun, Quagsire enjoyers unfortunately will have to cry a tear, because it is all of these matches from now, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The winner is going to progress into round number 3 is sort of how this has worked out. So unfortunately, none of that first 10 did make it into the undefeated slot in round number 3. And so we're sort of now kind of going into a round 2-esque type scenario where everyone is still in it to get to that 5-0 ultimate victory in the tournament. So with that said, I'm going to pass it back over to MEweedle and Beelzeboy to sort of keep the battles going. But we are going to see real quick, I guess, between AlphaFeeb and Tomahawk, who is actually going to be the one to progress on. And I'm going to be honest as well, we're going to see... Oh, no, never mind. I fixed it. We were going to see an issue. We're never going to see an issue. This is an ultimate show, baby. Yeah, I guess we're going to see who progresses into round number 3. But champs, take it away.
Hello.
Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
I am very excited for this matchup that we've got here, because it is my pick to win the tournament, TomahawkUK, and he has got some spicy picks on his team.
Yeah, he does. He has a very interesting ghost type that we've always seen being considered as an alternative to Corsola, but we don't see all that much in tournaments, which is Shadow Dusknoir.
Yeah, the Shadow Dusknoir, instead of the Corsola, it does have that dynamic punch to hit the Licky Licky, which we do see on AlphaFeeb's team. So we'll have to see how TomahawkUK decides to play that Dusknoir, as it does look very safe into this matchup.
And we also see a double dragon from his side and no fairy on AlphaFeeb's side. So Altaria and Kingdra also look very safe Pokemon for him. There's Empoleon and Corviknight that uh, resist Dragon Breath, but Kingdra and Altaria both can make that win those matchups. So I wonder if we see any double dragon as well.
Yeah, the Kingdra may be a bit worse because it does have all its moves resisted by that Empoleon. However, at the same time, it does also resist the metal sound. So it's, they both kind of trade off their resistances. But maybe we should hop right into game one.
Oh, we see a ghost, an astonished user versus an astonished user.
What we also see is no dragon type for TomahawkUK. So he is just going to stay in this matchup, fire off a Shadow Punch, which is going to be shielded by AlphaFeeb. He does not want this Dusknoir to be as healthy as it currently is, as he throws his own Nightshade.
If you are the Dusknoir in this matchup, if you have a certain amount of HP, you can get to two Shadow Punches if the Corsair decides to not throw. But AlphaFeeb does decide to throw, and so Tomahawk is able to get you to two Shadow Punches and force both shields in the lead matchup versus the Corsola.
And TomahawkUK is just going to throw in this Licky Licky. Great recognition that when shields are down for AlphaFeeb, this Licky Licky is so safe. Even the Empoleon is an okay matchup, up a little bit of energy. So AlphaFeeb is going to come in with the Corviknight, one of his bulkier Pokemon on his team, and it's just going to fire off a payback. This will do a lot of damage.
Yeah, but the Licky Licky can hang on pretty comfortably, get to another Shadow Ball that will put the Corviknight very low, but not KO it. Um, let's see how much energy the Corviknight decides to farm up to before throwing another move. Looks like the Corviknight does decide to throw pretty much right away.
Yeah, and this Air Cutter
And
is not going to take out the Licky Licky. And I think this Corviknight might be in a nice farm down range for this Seeking. And if we look in the backline, it's an Empoleon who does not want to see these drill runs.
yeah, if for example the Empoleon had a shield, this might have been a playable matchup, but it's a Seeking that's up a shield, so and up energy, so this is looking kind of over for AlphaFeeb.
Yeah, we do need to keep in mind there is still a small amount of Corsair and potentially a catch onto that Corviknight. So maybe AlphaFeeb is going to try and pull some shenanigans here because it is the 3-turn user Corsola against the 2-turn user Seeking. So making a catch in that matchup is difficult, but you can't count Phoebe out quite yet.
Yeah, the Corsola, you can't count Phoebe out, but you can't count Tomahawk out either. We see a brilliant Nightshade catch on the Licky Licky that gets to a third Shadow Ball of the game to KO this Corsola, and if the Seeking into the Empoleon was not over, this now definitely is, as Licky Licky farms down the Corsola and then the Corviknight to get game 1 win for Tomahawk.
Yeah, a nice little 3-ball flex for game 1 for TomahawkUK. Very well played with the Seeking, got the alignment he needed as well, so there is that to keep in mind. But getting down shields against the Corsola, throwing in the Licky Licky, realizing how safe it is, saving that shield for the Seeking in the end game, I would say that was very well played.
Yeah, we saw a double steal. We saw Corsola double steal from AlphaFeeb's side. I wonder if he decides to make any changes, and so and maybe Tomahawk as well for game number 2. Um, do
Yeah.
you see any other picks that we might see in game number 2?
I would like to see those dragon types that you mentioned, to be honest. I think Fareed, TomahawkUK used some good picks, but I think the Kingdra would be something very fun to see potentially, as it does do a lot of damage with those dragon breaths, with those surfs. Potentially a double dragon line, as you said, would be exciting to see.
Yeah, let's see if any of them make any changes. So we do see an adjustment from both sides. And it's a favorable one for AlphaFeeb as he leads Licky into the Empoleon. This is generally favored for Empoleon just on the basis of outpacing the Licky and having stab moves as opposed to Licky's Shadow Ball, which takes a while to get to and is caught on the normal type.
Yeah, that's an
Which,
amazing catch by AlphaFeeb. He's doing exactly what TomahawkUK did in his last game, where he caught a Shadow Ball or a Nightshade Ghost type move onto a normal type. And he's now going to come in with a Seeking, but Seeking is very squishy and has a lot worse of a stat product compared to this Licky. So we'll have to see how this plays out.
looks like Feeb decides to throw his Body Slam right away, understanding that if Tomahawk decides to go for an Icy Wind, he would be debuffed and then would have to throw a debuff move into the Seeking. But Tomahawk, recognizing that two drill runs are enough to KO, like are close to KO, close to knocking out this Licky, throws the drill run, but is again caught on the Corviknight. AlphaFeeb is making catch after catch and making excellent reads.
Yeah,
But
Feeb really playing well with these switches at the moment. And TomahawkUK is going to try and lower the damage of this Corviknight a little bit. He's going to come back in with the Licky. So now he has that Dusknoir on the Empoleon instead of this Licky on the Empoleon in the endgame.
yeah, this Air Cutter is not going to knock out or come close to knocking out, but the Shadow Ball might force a shield. And if it doesn't, the two shield Shadow Dusknoir is looking pretty interesting in the end game. But looks like we do see a shield and a swap out into the Empoleon. We see another Shadow Ball reached. Will Feeb decide to go down two shields? Looks like he doesn't.
No, he's going to let it go. He comes out here with so much energy, almost at 100 energy. And TomahawkUK it's his turn to make
Another
a catch.
catch.
How many catches are we still going to get? Wow, a catch of the
So
Hydro
many
Cannon.
catches.
As he comes back in with the Dusknoir, he is probably going to have to put up a shield here, I'd imagine, these Astonishes are going to do a lot of damage. But it looks like Feeb is just barely going to get to another Hydro Cannon. 3 Hydro Cannons since KOing the Licky.
Great energy management by Feeb to be able to reach Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon, even after getting caught on. Now,
Yeah.
do we see a boost on this Air Cutter, which might help the Corviknight farm this Dusknoir down, but looks like we don't.
No, but what we do have is a CMP tie of that Air Cutter onto the Shadow Punch. So Feeb recognizes that, shields up the Shadow Punch, and is going to KO this Dusknoir with that Air Cutter.
Really well played by both sides, getting catch after catch after catch. Feeb getting a Shadow Ball catch on his Licky and then a Drill Run catch on his Corviknight. Playing really well with his energy and resistances and forcing a game number 3.
Yeah, excited to see another game number 3 now. It looks like all of the matches are going to be 2-1 from now on instead of 2-0, surely.
Yeah.
But yeah, TomahawkUK, he has to try and avoid all those catches. That's definitely what cost him in that game there. So we'll have to see if he decides to play the same Pokemon and adjust his game plan, or choose different Pokemon this time.
Let's see. We do see an Altaria on Tomahawk this time, but the same 3 Pokemon from Feeb's side. Now, this matchup, Seeking versus Corviknight. Just I imagine this is not a great matchup for Seeking, just due to having non-stab moves and an Icy Wind that takes some time to get to.
Yeah, but the Icy Winds debuffing really do help. But TomahawkUK does decide to swap out into this Altaria. We called it near the start that the Altaria looked pretty strong, and he's now bringing it for the first time. But it lands on probably its worst matchup that it could have faced against AlphaFeeb. It's the Licky Licky, as it's going to fire off its first Shadow Ball.
Yeah, this if you are the Shadow Altaria, you can actually flip this matchup, but as a regular, you generally don't do so well. Simply because the Licky Licky can take two sky attacks from regular Altaria and get to two Shadow Balls. But Phoebe does decide to invest in his Licky Licky and puts up a shield.
Yeah, he puts up a shield. We'll have to see what TomahawkUK does with that, as Phoebe is going to throw a body slam. I do not think this will KO the Altaria, but we'll find out.
No, this does not. But and Tomahawk is able to get to another sky attack because it lived the body slam and is able to force a shield. Now Tomahawk, Eve, I believe, is down 2 shields to 0.
And if we see
And he
what
has a Dusknoir in the back.
Yes, it's a Shadow Dusknoir as the last one. And if you look at all 6 Pokemon on Phoebe's side, and you look at that Shadow Dusknoir, 2 shields on that Dusknoir is unbeatable. And it's an Empoleon. We know that that Shadow Dusknoir has Dynamic Punch available.
Yeah, if you have to go down 2 shields versus a Pokemon, Dusknoir is one that you definitely don't want to. He does correctly shield up the payback, but and goes down a shield, but this is looking kind of tough for Steve. But he does have a good amount of energy on his Licky Licky, and maybe he gets to do Shadow Balls.
We'll have to see how TomahawkUK counting was, but he's gonna farm up two Dynamic Punches here, and I think this just one-shots the Empoleon from here.
It does. And boom. First Dynamic Punch lands, KOs the Empoleon. Second Dynamic Punch lands, KOs the Licky Licky, and Dusknoir is able to get a full sweep of AlphaFeeb Steve.
Yeah, very well played from TomahawkUK. The shields on the Dusknoir being so deadly, and the Dynamic Punch just shredding those normal types, those steel types. Yeah, well played by both sides, really. That game too was quite special with all the catches that Phoebe made. But TomahawkUK is still going to come out on top with that Shadow Dusknoir.
Yeah, definitely. Nice adjustments made by them in like the successive games, and yeah, well played to both.
Yeah. So TomahawkUK will be moving on as one of the players who can potentially still win this tournament. But I will be leaving for now as we move on to the other European World Champion casting alongside you.
All right, let's go. Hello, Rob. I think Rob is muted.
I think I am good now.
Let's
Hi,
go.
Avad. Hi, Steve. Hi,
Hello.
Maka. Hi, chat, everyone. Feels good to be back for another Latam versus an A Classic. I left you with one earlier, and we are
sir.
back with another one. We have Housedark versus Oma here. How do we like this one?
This one is looking very interesting. Both players have some interesting picks on their team that we have not seen so far. In the Seismitoad, the Jumpluff, the Shadow Aurora Ninetales. What do you think?
What are they cooking? The Seismitoad is definitely something, some Pokemon I would look at if I was preparing for Worlds this year. Housedark, a very proficient player who has won the first regional of the 2023 season back then, if I'm not mistaken. One of the veterans who's also very known from South, and if he's playing Seismitoad, then I believe that it's gonna be really good Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure. It recently got access to a cheaper Earth Power and and Icy Wind for coverage against all the flyers, and the grass types that usually trouble the mud boys. So yeah, interested to see if he brings that Pokemon in. We do see an Altaria as a target for the Seismitoad, the um one Stunfisk, the Licky Licky on Omar's side that Seismitoad could do well against. But
Yeah.
the Alola Ninetales, other than the Aegislash, what really beats it?
Yeah, the Aegis Slash matchup is really horrible on the one side, but all the other ones are very solid. So if you can dodge that Aegis Slash, I'm sure you can do a ton of damage. I really like how five of the six Pokemon are different in those two teams, so I'm sure it's gonna be an exciting battle to watch as we head into this game one of the knockout stage. But we do see the Licky Licky mirror. That is not what I hoped for after my anticipated speech.
Very exciting mirror. But we do see some interesting Pokemon in House Star's backline in the Aegislash and Seismitoad. Aegislash,
Exactly.
as we've seen in previous games, has potential for flipping very unwinnable games. So I wonder if something like that happens in this one as well.
Exactly the two that
But
we've been talking about. So let's see how this one plays out. Unfortunately, we don't see the backline from Oma yet, so we're not sure yet how important Switch in the elite matchup is going to be. We also don't know yet who's going to win charge attack priority on this one, but we might be able to find out at the back, or we might be able to see a catch. No, we actually see a
but we
swap
see a
out into the
swap.
side.
The Seismitoad is able to tank whatever move this is, and it is a
Shadow
Shadow Ball,
Ball,
which
right?
does a good chunk of damage. But which this also puts the Seismitoad into range of one Hydro Cannon. But Seismitoad does decide to throw its Earth Power that does a good chunk of damage, but puts it nowhere near farm down range for any of House Star's Mons.
I do like the swap into the Feraligatr, knowing that you do survive one move, and you're also not gonna get outpaced by the Seismitoad, so you're actually Omar going for the Ice Wind now, potentially getting a shield or close to knocking out. We are actually getting a shield, but now he's able to swap back
Ooh.
for a combo play. Do you want to keep the Feraligatr? That would be a question. Looks like Omar decides to do, and it should be in Hydro Cannon range. So we
Now,
should be. Do
we see
see
a
a
no
shield
shield?
or not?
We do
We
see a
do
no
see
shield, and
it actually survives. That was close.
oh, so the Hydro Cannon debuff from Seismitoad earlier actually came in clutch. And now there's an Aegislash on House Stark's side with a shield advantage.
The
Can
one Pokemon you're gonna
Aegislash?
have a shield advantage against. What could beat
Oh,
that? Oh, we do
looks
see.
like the
Well,
shield
let's.
advantage is gone, but there's still Aegislash with shields down. Oh, and this Pokemon most certainly does not want to see Aegislash.
I think even with shields on the Nightail side, that would be a very rough one. So this looks like a dominant position for Haystack on this one, even with the chilling water, which does neutral damage at least.
Yeah, as House Stark, you can honestly just double up on Shadow Balls and throw one into each of the remaining Pokemon of Omar CHM.
Yeah, I really like the catch attempt from Omar, because if he actually threw that Shadow Ball, he might have gotten more damage off with the A9 later. But Housestuck read that and is now just gonna double up and throw both charge moves, and that should be the game.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing you pointed out, where like if Housestark had thrown his gyro ball right away and Omar is able to catch the move, then then the Alolan Ninetales is able to throw a chilling water into the Blade Form AG Slash and then KO it, because Blade Form AG Slash does not have much bulk to speak of. But yeah, HouseStark, recognizing that he has a very clear path ahead with doubling up on moves, does so,
HouseStark
and
is very
takes game one.
well, very good Aegis Slash player. I know some of us fellow world champions really enjoy Aegis Slash gameplay as well. So if
They
there's
do.
more coming up, especially in the later round, we are for sure excited to watch that. What do we think will be happening in the next game? Do we see some adaptations? What would you bring, my friend?
I think Feraligatr is just a very good neutral pick, having good play versus all of the mons. Maybe doesn't want to face a Guzzlord up shields. Another Pokemon that I would like to see maybe is the Novan Stunfisk as a check to AG Slash, but there's just so much there's just like so many bad matchups for it on HouseStark's team, in the Seismitoad, the Jumpluff. Guzzlord isn't great either, and Corsola just is better neutrally. How do you handle the AG Slash from HouseStark side then?
Yeah, tough question. We'll see how Omar's gonna deal with it in just a second, but I would like the Feraligatr lead. We do see a Guzzlord lead at least into the Licky. The Guzzlord really is good at tanking all those charge moves from Licky at least.
Yeah, both have very similar pacing, and both do with very, very similar damage with their charge moves. But Guzzlord usually winning CMP, almost always winning CMP, unless you have like a 15 attack Licky. Maybe even then, I don't know if you win CMP. Guzzlord usually is favored in this matchup.
You might want to find that out for the upcoming World Championship. But what is actually interesting about HouseStark Lines is that he's not bringing the Aegis Slash in this game. Maybe expecting so many Aegis Slash counters, not afraid of the A9, that he is fine with benching it for one game. We do see an exciting Licky mirror, I guess, at least right now.
Yeah, HouseStark, after chipping the Licky with his Guzzlord, decides to go into the mirror.
Might be thinking that the Guzzlord is going to be useful on the back, potentially into the Feraligatr or the Corsola.
Yeah, or even the Sunfisk that may show up.
Yeah,
But
we do Feraligatr at least. The normal one actually, like, those charge moves a little bit better than the shadow version.
it does,
We
yeah.
do see a counter.
It's like HouseStark is dancing around between his Licky and Guzzlord, and like saving some energy on both, saving some health on both, and making it difficult for Omar to KO any of those two Pokemon. Looks like we do see a shield on the Hydro Cannon, so it really comes down to what Omar has in the back with shields down, if we do see the Alolan Ninetales again, or if we see an adjustment from him.
I do like the shield. It feels very nostalgic to switch a lot back in the old Umbreon days as well, which are very nostalgic for me. We do see the A9, but the Guzzler actually makes it to a Sludge Bomb, and it's no shielded, that does a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, this is suddenly looking very fine for HouseStark.
Yeah, especially since this is probably some sort of roll out or fast attack down range where
Oh, the
battery
Licky does not decide to throw its move, and so Omar's Licky is able to knock this Mon out. But this gives Seismitoad one or maybe two much shots.
too much
And
actually. This could be
will this
close.
be enough? Will this be enough to secure the win for HouseStark?
Let's see if the ANN is bulky enough. We do see the Icy Wind before that, but it looks like it's gonna be much down. We're about to find out. One big move is probably not enough from the lowland items.
Are
Reduce the
two
weather
weather
ball,
balls
2
still
weather
enough?
balls. We're barely not
Oh,
reaching the 2, so that is the first 2 of the knockout round.
we
Very
are
well
back
placed
to
on
the
those
sweeps.
sides. We'll see if we are back at the sweeps, but this was some very impressive gameplay. It looks like NA is
Very
just
well
beating
played.
Latam all the time. That is the script,
Yeah.
and I don't know.
Yeah, we need to do something about it.
Well, at least the Clash of the Castles was won by Latam the last 2 years. So
That
we'll
is
see if
true.
it's gonna be
It
changing
doesn't
this year.
matter. Exactly. It doesn't matter if you lose 1 or 2 matches if you win the whole thing.
Exactly. And I'm sure there's still
Alright.
potential for most of these battlers, and we might be able to see House start again now that he should still be unbeaten in this tournament.
True. It was once again very fun casting with you, but I'll see you in a bit. Bye-bye.
Likewise. See you later. But now I'm joined by my good friend Payden, also known as ItsAXN. How are we feeling?
Very bad. There's an Aegislash, but not only that, there's a Chansey. I don't know what Steve's doing, but his team is ridiculous.
The Chansey, no. Well, I shouldn't really talk about it
I
because
mean-
I brought Chansey to a regional as well. Actually,
I
the
was gonna
first
say,
regional
yeah.
I ever played. And I went positive with Chansey as well. So we'll see. Well, I'm as a Chansey expert. There is a Sableye which Chansey doesn't really like to see, especially since you have neither fast move nor charge move pressure at all against it. And the Empoleon is also a pretty bad matchup for Chansey. I can't believe we're discussing Chansey matchup here.
It actually looks like Steve is on Dazzling Gleam, so technically could hit against Sableye a little bit better.
Even
But
a
I
spicy
would imagine that's
moveset.
still miserable.
Yeah, I'm afraid that might not be Chansey's tournament to shine, but let's see what we'll be able to find out very soon what Steve is gonna be able to pull off. Or some
Yeah.
timeout strat. We do see an Aegislash first in the lead.
You know,
How do
oftentimes
we
you
like
don't see
it?
Aegislash led, because you normally want to get shields down early, right? And honestly, you don't really have an answer to this Furret, so Steve forced to stay and let the Furret ramp up and throw a Gyro Ball in this lead matchup. We'll see what Rise wants to do here.
We do have some. This should guarantee a shield for sure, but you've also taken 8 damage, 8 fast attack worth of damage. We do see a Chansey safe swap, actually. Is that the play, Axon? What do we think?
I've never seen Chansey as a safe swap in my life. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know my Chansey matchups that well. Rise is actually staying in here, which I am a little bit surprised by. I guess, you know, Rise probably looked at this matchup before he ended up fighting Steve. I know I would have, so he probably knows what he's doing here. I would have assumed, like, maybe swapping in Sableye even could have been a good play. Oh, but Rise actually, instead of doing anything that I thought we were going to see here, he swaps into Chansey, or into Altari into the Chansey, going to take a Dazzling Gleam. I have no idea what's happening right now, if I'm being honest. You're the
Maybe
Chansey expert, let us know.
Maybe the Dazzling Gleam would be too oppressive on the Sableye, but the Altari actually takes it like a champ. And it barely does under half, but with the fast attack bonus, you probably two-shot the Altari actually, which is why Steve is swapping out into the Aegislash, which tanks the flamethrower surprisingly well.
Yeah, I mean, good reaction there by Rise not to throw the Sky Attack into Aegislash when it swapped back in. But the thing is, Aegislash is so slow in the shield form, it's not going to be able to reach a move, not before the second Flamethrower, and we get a shield on the side of Aegislash. It does have a Shadow Ball, but Rise getting very close to the next charge attack, forcing the Shadow Ball and the Form Change out of this Aegislash.
I don't necessarily like this shield because you're probably not getting too much out of it, and now you're actually in firm down range, and I'm not sure if you're able to swap already as your Steve. You actually do. That is probably better for him, but also the Altari still has a lot of energy, and Rice should be able to swap out as well, which he does actually.
One of the most successful strategies we've ever seen with Chansey has been a timeout strat, and what Steve is doing magnificently right now is he's keeping all 3 of his Pokemon still left in play. That means if this game does end up going to the timer, there's a chance he could win off of that. With that said, he does have to actually knock out at least one Pokemon on Rise's side for that to happen, and this is a little bit awkward because you have to shield a Drain Punch of all things just to keep your Seeking around.
And yeah, I like the strat to bring bulky Pokemon or Pokemon that like Seeking that can debuff the opposing Pokemon just to play with the timer, but it looks like it might actually go against Steve's favor now, because now Rice suddenly has 3 Pokemon left and Steve only has 2. You're still waiting on the timer, but you're also not fast moving down this Chansey with the Sableye with Chansey now. So what are we gonna see there?
Yes, Chansey kind of has to get an end game sweep if Steve wants to win this one, which honestly, I don't think Chansey has it in it to do that because of how little damage it does. Altaria is not even going to be in range where Dazzling Gleam's going to knock out here. Aegislash is so low on the backline, all Rise really has to do is keep on doing any bit of damage that you can here, and hope at this point that your final Pokemon can finish off the rest of this Chansey after the Dazzling Gleam lands.
You will have to get to 2 Dazzling Gleams, one against Altaria, one into the Sableye, and then see if you can get rid of the third. Some precise counting by Steve here, throwing the Dazzling Gleam before Altaria gets off to another move. And I'm not sure if you can get to the Dazzling Gleam in time against the other one. And the third still has energy as well.
Yeah, Rise has done a great job just dancing around this game, making sure that he always has energy. It is a little bit clunky here to try to finish off this Chansey even still, because it's going to be outside of range of one charge attack, but Rise realizes that. That's why he saved up energy on every single one of his Pokemon. And Aegislash, once it comes back in here, Shadow Claws and Sucker Punches are probably going to knock it out before it can even get to another charge attack. And there is the timer. It's actually coming up, but it's not going to matter. Rise actually just finishes off the game anyway.
That feels heartbreaking to be a Chansey player and then lose with the timer coming up. I'm sure this must feel bad for Steve, but that was still just game 1. What do we think we're gonna see for the next game changing? What would you do as the
Honestly,
Aegislash expert?
I feel like with how safe Sableye is into this team, Steve bringing Aegislash is a little bit of a risk. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Steve. I mean, he probably still is going to rely on Chansey because that's kind of the start of the show here. It has play somehow into everything just with how bulky it is. So Chansey, I think, plus maybe a Pokemon like even Altaria could be pretty strong here. You did just bring your Aegislash, which probably scares off the Ninetales on Rise's side. So maybe leaning more so into Altaria, maybe even you could go Stunfisk if you really want to disrespect that Ninetales, and just try your best to have a little bit more play there into that Sableye matchup.
I do like the Altaria idea, because with Sableye running Foul Play and Drain Punch and not Power Gem or Dazzling Gleam, your Altaria is actually pretty consistently beating Sableye on this one. As a Steve, I would be afraid to have the chance on the Sableye, though, because if Sableye wraps up all these Drain Punches, how is he gonna beat it? Because there's no fast move pressure on Steve's team. You always have to KO the Sableye with charge attacks. So we'll find out in the second game how this is gonna play out. And would you say a good lead for Steve on this one?
Yeah, much better for him. And it is going to be, it looks like, on close combat here for the Primeape. So good to know just for future reference. Bit of Karate Chop chip in it before Altaria comes in. And as we were saying in this matchup, since Drain Punch is now the moveset of choice on this Sableye, you're not going to be quite as threatened to be one-shot by a charge attack.
Swap was somewhat slow though, so we'll see. We do see the Sableye already getting to the second move, forcing Steve to give up a shield very early in the game, which the Primeape probably doesn't like, because Primeape also is very big fan of keeping those shields. We do see the first Sky attack thrown. Rise, knowing that he can probably force another shield just by outpacing, or maybe even flipping switch, is also gonna shield.
Yeah, Rise with a classic ABB strategy here. He let his Furret, knowing that the only real thing he doesn't want to see is that Primeape. And just in case you did see that, he has Sableye, he has Altaria in the backline, 2 things that can deal with it. but there is still that energy on Primeape, and we know that Pokemon can ramp up quite quickly. So if shields go down, it's not going to be completely one-sided here. Sky Attack being thrown from this Altaria, Rise does opt to try to flip switch, shields that up. We'll see exactly how this endgame plays out.
Do see a last second shield and now a swap from Steve. I like the swap, knowing that you can probably save some energy and come back later with the Primate. And the Primate energy is also gonna be very useful in the end game, but now you don't have it on the third anymore. So we'll see how this one plays out. It's definitely favored for the third.
Yeah, especially here on Trailblaze. I know a lot of Furts recently have been opting for Brick Break for better play into the Steel types, but Trailblaze here being super effective and ramping up your damage means that even if this Stunfisk can outpace and get the next move off after this Mud Bomb lands to knock out the Furret, you're going to be pretty low on HP. You're going to have to really invest in your Primeape, and as we can see there in the backline, there is going to be the Altaria. I feel like there might be just a little bit too much for it to do, but Steve has different plans. He actually banks the energy, catches a Swift on his Altaria. Honestly, I don't hate that play at all. You have energy now on all of your Pokemon remaining. Maybe he has some play still.
I do like keeping that energy on the Stunfisk, because if you shield it, then the Altaria might have gotten the farm down on the Stunfisk and have a Sky Attack ready for the Primeape. Now we have Primeape with a slight energy advantage, and you probably can get to at least one more move. You might want to throw a close combat here just for the raw damage that you want to get into it, because you're probably not getting to another Rage Fist, but we'll see how this one plays out in a second.
Yeah, Sky Attack is already reached by Rise. This is where having Ice Punch on Primeape would have been pretty nice, but the non-Shadow generally likes having that harder hitting attack. Sky Attack is easily going to knock out the rest of this Primeape, and I think at this point, just Dragon Breath will knock out the Stunfisk too, despite the discharge loaded. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit too healthy on the Altaria. Steve, unfortunately, getting 2-0'd by Rise to occasion.
Which is the first time we've seen Steve losing in a Clash of the Caster match after 2 dominant wins in the last 2 years, unfortunately. But seems like North America has been pretty strong in this tournament so far, with another North American battler advancing into the final rounds.
Yeah, Rise here with a pretty dominant display against a pretty spicy team, I'd have to say. If I ever would have seen a team like this at a tournament, I don't really know what I would have expected here. And Steve, I feel like that's where he thrives the most, is when he has these kind of crazier picks, Whalmer, Bastiodon, Chansey. He has these Pokemon that might be a little bit disruptive for most teams. But Rise, he wasn't fazed by that. He was able to overcome it here. Sableye honestly put on quite a show. And despite a bad lead there in game number 2, he was able to leverage that to his advantage.
Especially with Steve not only being a caster, but also a prestigious battler, knowing to have made some top 8s, especially in Oceania or in South Africa. We do have seen some impressive gameplay from both of these batters. I'm gonna head out. We'll leave the stage for another world champion, and I'll see you guys later.
Welcome on back, Yakai. Oh my goodness, I didn't even look at these teams. I see so much that I want to talk about right now. What is going on?
Is this actually the matchup that Beelzeboy talked about at the beginning of the stream? The Inadequance versus KoningLionheart.
Yeah, I mean, Inadequance, we know him as the Dragon Master. He's done incredible things with Shadow Giratina. Even Shadow Palkia, I believe he got a trophy from EUIC one year. This time, his spicy dragon is Baxcalibur, an ice and dragon type that recently had a community day with Glaive Rush as a very efficient dragon type attack. It's going to be interesting to see how that thing's going to do.
Well, actually, nothing, not bad. I mean, the only thing it has to kind of watch out is Primeape and Empoleon. Let's look back on his opponent. He's not running completely meta. He has a Raikou on his team. What is going on, man?
Yeah, so Raiko's actually kind of an interesting pick here. It looks like on the team sheet, it's on Volt Switch as a fast move. It could be on Thundershock too as like a different option, but Volt Switch does have more fast move pressure. And then Wild Charge and Aura Sphere will be the charge attacks of choice. So no Shadow Ball, so Medicham doesn't have to watch out for that as much. But having that Fighting type and Electric type coverage actually looks like, man, aside from Medicham, it hits everything for super effective potentially here. Raikou was actually looking pretty strong.
Yeah, it just have to watch out because it's still Raikou, right? In the Great League, it's kind of squishy, so Oh, you need to manage your advantage well to get some like energy advantage or shield advantage in order to make it works.
Right, yeah, that's the thing about Raikou. It's a squishy Pokemon with a clunky 4-turn move, which is why we don't oftentimes see it. But I feel like here, it's such a good matchup against a lot of these
Yeah,
Pokemon.
honestly, it looks so good on paper. What
I
do you
guess
think
let's get
about
into
yeah? What do you
let's
think
get into
about the
game number
match?
one.
Your Papermon. Oh, we
Well,
see it in game one.
yeah, there it is, Raikou on the lead. But as I was saying, the one Pokemon that you don't have super effective damage into, it's gonna be the Medicham on the lead.
Yeah, but Wild Charge will still hurt a ton, so we see a Martine here expanding a shield for that.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what's in the backline with Raikou. You're staying in, which likely means that you probably have something in the backline that really doesn't want to take this energy, because Medicham actually does have quite a bit of play into KoningLionheart's team. It's really just the
Yeah.
Galarian Corsola that shuts it down. So another bait here, another Ice Punch coming through. I mean, after the defense drop of the Wild Charge, very likely this could still knock out or put a lot of damage into it.
Massive no-shield call here from Colin. And going for the second Wild Charge here, like most likely. This will get the last shield from Martine.
Be
And then
surprised if
probably
we see
going
the
to
Raikou
swap
stay
it.
in to give farm down over, but I guess if there's
Yeah,
Galarian Corsola in the backline, you probably would want to let that happen just so you can absorb the
true.
energy here.
Yeah, here's the Corsola.
And to put
Wow,
it out
Martine
into
just saved
Azure.
100 energy
Oh
and so.
my goodness, this is actually huge for Inadequance here. I'm kind of
Yeah,
surprised we see a Primeape swapped into a Fairy type up energy, but I think right now Koning might be making a bit of a read, thinking that maybe the backline is even still more playable for Corsola, but no, there's that Licky Licky lurking in the backline for the Ghost type.
yeah, I guess it also wanted to avoid or eating those Manacham energy on Primeape. That's why he sent it in, but now he's going to it play rough now.
Yeah, not much better, I'd have to say. Playoff would one-shot this thing. In fact, it just did. So now it's going to be a 3-on-1. Medicham does have a lot of energy still left over on it, and this Azumarill can chip it down. Well, okay,
Oh,
this is even worse for...
diabolical catch!
Yeah, that's going to be kind of
Yeah,
devastating. It was already pretty over, I'm not going to
yeah,
lie, but that's just
this
like
is
getting in your
no.
head, getting into KoningLionheart's head for like the future of this series. Inadequance, the Corseless just stopped tapping at this point. That's what I'm talking about here. The mind
Yeah,
games, just getting
true.
this level of dominance of a win in game number one. That's what Inadequance is best at. And I'm excited to see how this future, the series is going to shape up after this.
Yeah, looks like Colin will have to make some adjustment by how dominant the win was for Inadequance in game number one.
Yeah, Shadow Ball does finish off Corsola. Koning at this point knows no reason to shield that. It's just so dominant of a win here. And while I did like to see the Raikou in the lead, it was a very cool pick. I kind of feel like it's a Pokemon that's better used, maybe so much more in the backline, where you can get more energy or like a shield advantage and leverage that kind of stuff later on in the game. Maybe in the lead, it could have picked up a good lead matchup, but it definitely did not in that first game. So we'll see how the adjustments are going to go later on.
Yeah, there's where mind games comes through, right? Inadequance could also take that as a advantage and predict that Colin won't lead like Raikou again in game number two and bringing something in like week two Raikou as the lead.
I'm gonna be honest, I really want to see that Bax caliber from Inadequance. It honestly would have had a decent amount of play into that last team. So here in game number two, I hope Inadequance is gonna spice it up a little bit. Let's see it. Come on, Inadequance. Give us what we want to see. And it's not in the lead, but
Oh,
it is on the team.
yeah.
It's in the back line. Bax caliber might be putting in some work later this game.
And it's I would say a slightly comfortable matchup for Inadequance because you don't have to shield this Rage Freeze real quick. However, Primary will have to shield like every single charge move from Azu because it's in risk of getting bubble down even if you call an Ice Beam.
The big thing about Primeape here in this matchup is the pacing is so much better for the fighting type Pokemon. Azu takes so long to reach Ice Beams or Play Roughs, which means that you can reach 3, maybe even 4 attacks before the Azu really can do too much this game. We see an Ice Beam get shielded, which, I mean, yeah, you were saying, with how swishy Primeape is, you kind of have to do that. And right here, this is going to be pivotal. Close combat knocks out. Rage Fist doesn't. What
Yeah.
move is Primeape going to throw?
Here's go Rage Fist. Azuma's arrive and now goes for the play rough. Cause you not get to a second charge move anyway. So just go for the one hit knocked out. Yeah, as all primary users did, they just two shield. So that's what Colin did. And Inadequance then comes out with Medicham to absorb the energy. But I mean, this Rage Fist is going to hurt a ton.
+3 Rage Fist into a Medicham. That's super effective.
Wow.
Nearly puts it down to the red with one charge attack. You're already at the next Rage Fist here. I mean, I feel like while Inadequance still isn't a very playable spot being up his shield with Baxcalibur and whittling down this Primeape, Baxcalibur is really going to have good matchups. We have to hope for no Empoleon in the backline right now.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Well,
It's
it's
not
the right
Empoleon.
call.
Okay, I think there might be a chance here. I don't actually know how much damage you do as a Baxcalibur. I'm actually a little bit surprised, though, that Inadequance let this Raikou throw a move before just snapping
Yeah.
it down, because now getting this shield down, all Corsola needs is one charge attack to be able to knock out Baxcalibur here.
Oh, actually going for a CMP tie here to maximize the energy. So now I think the game comes down to does like the A rush, two-shot Corsola?
It must. I think Inadequance wouldn't have played it out this way unless he knew something that we don't. Glaive Rush is
Yeah.
a very efficient attack here. Corsola's bulky.
Oh my
That's
god,
a lot
it
of
surely
damage.
does.
That's incredible. And even if this is not enough, you still have to be in a spot here
Yeah.
where Corsola knocks out two Pokemon. Medicham has energy on it, no matter what. Oh, and it looks like this is just going to knock out straight up here.
Yeah,
That's
we just
exactly
had
what I wanted to see.
a scaffer earlier. Blue sweep. Wow,
You
a
know,
pretty
I've
dominant
never
duo
seen
win.
that Pokemon in a competitive
Yeah.
format, but it's playable. You know, Inadequance, his big thing is always showing off Pokemon that might not conventionally be seen as good. I'm a big Medicham fan. He actually played Medicham to perfection, I think, in these games. But the big
Yeah.
star of the show here, especially in that game number 2, was just Baxcalibur having so much raw damage after Ozu set up that shield advantage that even in kind of more like neutral, slightly awkward situations, it still was able to put in a lot of work.
True, and I would say it's also like pretty nice showcase of what Azu can do in this meta, right? It's just being so bulky can absorb multiple charge moves to set up of like the shield advantage or energy advantage for these spicy and squishy and however have good sweeping potential Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, Ozu's been meta for, I mean, ever since the start of competitive Pokemon play, so it's always been on teams. It's something you always have to kind of just try to build around. It's slow, it's clunky, but it's also just so bulky that it doesn't matter half the time. So Inadequance here, he's so comfortable with Pokemon like that. He's able to get that 2-0 victory here, and I think Inadequance here, I would love to see more out of him with his team
Yeah,
in future
same.
battles. Hopefully he's able to showcase it and keep on climbing in this tournament.
Yeah. His team is like always spicy but unique and it works out for him. So looks like he also played that so comfortably with the team. So interesting to see what he can do with this team in the next few rounds.
But up next, we have a very special matchup here. We have Rocha Babyface. If you don't know, the previous 2-time Clash of the Casters winner is going to be up next. So I'm excited to see
Yeah.
how this next matchup is going to play out. I'll be taking a break here for the next one. MEweedle going
Yeah.
to join
Yeah.
you for this cast. Let's see how these teams are going to look.
Thank
Hello,
you very
Weedle.
much, AxN. Hi, Yakai. Good to be here with you. We have an
it's
interesting matchup here. What do you think?
My eyes is catching by that Shadow Primate on Rocha Babyface side. It looks pretty scary.
Yeah, I agree. Do we have the moveset? It is an Ice Punch Primeape here, so it has that coverage for the Altaria. And when it's Shadow on Shadow damage, that will do a lot. I don't know exactly how much, but probably puts it in Karate Chop down range.
I would say I would think it's just one shot right now.
Yeah, that wouldn't
Honestly.
surprise me either.
Yeah, and by boosting up the Karate Chop damage with Rage, it looks pretty scary. Even and if you are Tingaton on, you can't give that primate too much energy. Otherwise, it would destroy your whole team.
Yeah, it is actually interesting that they have almost the exact same team, except that primate and Tinkerton difference, and of course the small difference in the shadow versus the non-shadow Altaria. But yeah, that one Pokemon difference is going to make all the change in this matchup. As you said, that primate is so scary, and Debbie does not have access to it. So we'll have to see how Rocha capitalizes on that primate gameplay.
Yeah, so let's see the first game here. Empoleon against Tinkerton. A slightly comfortable lead for Rocha.
Yeah, so Debbie is going to instantly swap out into her Altaria and baits out the Licky Licky. If you look, she has the Corsola in the back, which does not want to see this normal type. So a great bait out by Debbie.
Yeah, that's a huge lure out for Debbie. And this is the difference between the Shadow and the normal Altaria. Licky Licky, it just can't survive 2 Sky Attack from the Shadows here, so he will have to put up a shield if he wanted to preserve Switch here.
The thing is, though, we already said before that Primate is so dangerous. Maybe Rocha just lets this Sky Attack go and puts all the shields onto that Primate.
Exactly.
But even comes back in with the Empoleon because he's got so much energy. And does he get the farm down? No, the Altaria is going to reach one more move.
Yeah, this is huge for chipping down this Empoleon HP. And now we'll probably see Corsola coming back in to absorb the energy from Empoleon.
Yeah, the Empoleon is going to instantly throw a Hydro Cannon because it is at 100 energy, or basically 100 energy. And an instant no shield by Debbie. It takes that pretty well, and now we see the Primate come in.
And now the show begins. Let's see, will Primate be enough to sweep this game for Rocha, or the fast move pressure will just be too much for the combination of Tinkerton Astonishes and Tinkerton's like Fairy Winds.
Yeah, Debbie cleverly no-shielding the first Rage Fist as it was not boosted yet, and these Astonishes are really chunking the Primate. It's almost into the red HP now and has to fire off another Rage Fist into this basically almost dead Corsola already.
Yeah, and this Tinkerton can just go for a 1 shield farm down onto the Primate right here. And having energy to deal with the Empoleon in back.
The Empoleon also has a lot of energy, so it's going to be a race to see if the Empoleon can get enough Hydro Cannons, but I don't think it can.
Yeah, I think with the energy lead Debbie got from Primate onto Tinkerton, he can just barely outpace to the second Bulldoze before Empoleon gets off his third Hydro Cannon.
We'll have to see. It's going to be very close. But yeah, it looks like the Bulldoze will come out first, and I don't think Rocha can make any catch. His switch clock just isn't up.
Yeah.
So Debbie is going to fire off this Bulldoze. Do you think the Primate can still do anything?
I don't think so. I think from the HP it remains, it will just get Fairy down. Yeah, exactly. So despite the Primate being really scary on paper on Rocha's team, Debbie actually deals with it pretty well out by his shielding position and like the mons he brings.
Yeah, Debbie, she brought the 3 probably strongest fast move pressure Pokemon she has into that Primate. So the Dragon Breath from the Shadow Altaria, the Astonishes from Corsola, and the super effective Fairy Winds, which all just do so much damage into that Primate that the Primate can't shield the fast attacks. So the Primate is just going to go down with all the shields left, or shielding the moves, but it's not going to shield those fast attacks. So well played by Debbie there. Good line call.
Yeah, and we will see how will Rocha adjust against that. Maybe if he will bring like a Pokemon onto like setup of something for a Primate, like potentially a shield advantage, or like soft losing a matchup to set a farm down for it.
Yeah, that would maybe be a smart choice. Yeah, I don't know. It was good that Rocha set up like the energy on the Empoleon, right? So by letting go the Licky Licky, but maybe letting go the Licky Licky wasn't the right play. Maybe he needed switch, but it's really hard to say at this point.
Yeah, and let's see how both players adjust their teams on both game number 2. It's a Corsola mirror.
Yeah, the Corsola Mirror, you can run some funky IV combinations to win this mirror matchup very well. And Rocha tries to go for a catch, but Debbie is smart and she does not fall for that catch and is just going to instantly come in with the Tinkaton.
Yeah, and Tinkaton can comfortably survive 2 Shadow Balls from Licky Licky in this matchup. So this is so far looking pretty good for Debbie, I would say.
Yeah, as Debbie is going to throw this first Gigaton Hammer, which will do a lot of damage to this Licky Licky, and it is going to be no-shielded. So we'll have to see what they decide to do after this matchup plays out, as it is the Empoleon into the Shadow Altaria in the back.
Yeah, it's a pretty neutral one. We'll see. Oh, Abby getting too greedy here, farm up too much energy, allowing Rocha to get to this last second body slam. And like a lot of energy from Tingaton gone here.
Yeah, Debbie is going to try and get the farm down with the Altaria, but Rocha is smart. He doesn't let that happen. He instantly comes up with his own Corsola and is going to fire off this Nightshade into the other Corsola, and it's let go.
Oh, I think Rocha can then just go for a one-shield farm down against the Corsola here on Debbie's side.
Yeah, he is going to do exactly what you just called, and Debbie is not going to get another Nightshade, but she has put this Corsola potentially into Sky Attack range now, so we'll have to see whether there is still any play for Debbie.
Yeah, but Corsola is like 4 away from Omi's next move, so Altaria can't farm up too much energy here.
Yeah, she throws just after she gets that Sky Attack, and Rocha has a choice to make. He is going to no-shield this and put it all on the Empoleon. We'll have to see whether a Flamethrower is enough to take out this Empoleon.
Yeah, it will come down to like the IV on the Empoleon. But I think generally Empoleon can live one, not comfortably, but it can.
And even if it doesn't, it looks like this Altaria is getting so low that even the Licky Licky might be enough to finish it off from here.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what Rocha does.
Oh, Rocha even calls the Sky Attack bait from the Abbey. Knowing that even Flamethrower will knock out the Empoleon and go for the full metal sound down here. And we'll now goes on to a decisive game number 3.
Yeah, glad to have some more game 3s now after the rough start that we had. Yeah, Rocha playing very well with that Licky Licky safe swap, even though he didn't get that Nightshade catch. The Licky Licky put in a lot of work, was able to take down the Tinkaton. Maybe Debbie knows that she misplayed slightly by not throwing her energy into that Licky Licky with the Tinkaton.
Yeah, that loss on Tingaton on energy, it was actually is so affecting in the matchup because Licky Licky was still on the field and allowing Rocha to set up a huge advantage by getting a shield there. What do you think both sides will adjust their team in game 3?
It's interesting to see because Rocha didn't bring that Primeape in that game, despite us saying how strong it was. So maybe Rocha realized that the fast moves were too much. Debbie decided to go with the same 3 Pokemon, and Rocha called that out and adjusted his line to beat those 3 Pokemon. So we'll have to see what Debbie does, potentially bringing a Quagsire if that Empoleon is getting too annoying. Rocha hasn't really brought his own Altaria, so maybe that could be, maybe a case could be made to bring the Quagsire here.
Yeah, true. I think the Quagsire on both sides have a decent amount of play. I don't know. I didn't look careful of the team speed. Is is Dabby's Quagsire on Mobbum or Stillgatch?
Yes, that both of the Quagsires are indeed a Mobbum, yeah.
Yeah, so it's really a risk for both sides to bring as Altaria is on both sides of team. So it could be a turnover event of a nightmare if you allow your Quagsire align into a poison Altaria.
Yeah, for sure. Although Debbie does have the Tinkaton to maybe scare away Rocha's Altaria a bit more, but we'll have to find out as we jump
Yeah.
into game number 3. And it is exactly that Quagsire into the Empoleon lead.
And there's no Altaria on Rocha's side if we see the backline. It's Corsola and Licky. So Quagsire's energy kind of goes everywhere in this game.
Yeah, Quagsire looking to be a great pick as Debbie waits a turn to avoid a catch potentially onto the Altaria and fires off this Mud Bomb, which is going to instantly be shielded by Rocha.
Yeah, if Rocha is going to have any chances to go back in this game, I think it need to relies on his Corsola. Like Abby didn't bring his Licky, so Corsola is looking decent in the back. And now Rocha getting aggressive, sweeping out into Licky to absorb the energy from Quack.
Yeah, very smart play by Debbie. It's going to chip and dip into that Shadow Altaria, and this Licky is now likely in Sky Attack range as Rocha fires off the first Body Slam, surprisingly, not going for the double Shadow Ball that is usually played in this matchup.
Yeah, maybe he knows that if we go for that, like Debbie would just throw the Sky Attack to take the knockout or threaten the shield before the second Shadow Ball is reached.
Yeah, that is correct. So now Debbie is going to take out this Licky, but has left her Altaria maybe potentially in a farm down range for this Corsola, which is going to come in and get the farm down before a Sky Attack from the Altaria.
This is really huge to get an energy head start in a Corsola mirror. And Debbie comes in mirror with his own Corsola. Now the first Nightshade coming out. Let's see, will we grab the last shield from Debbie? No.
Yeah, Debbie does survive that, but the Astonishes are really going to add up. We'll have to see whether this Corsola from Debbie is going to be able to make 2 Nightshades, and whether Rocha potentially makes a catch onto his Empoleon, but he does let go of that Nightshade.
Rocha goes for the pivot out back into Empoleon, and Debbie responded with the Quagsire. And actually really crucial bait by Debbie. The Echo Tail bait allow him to reach the game-winning Mud Bomb just on 1 HP, I think.
Yeah, and with the shield, I think Debbie might be able to... Oh, wait. Is it going to be a tie? No,
oh, no.
1 HP.
Just survives on 1 HP from Debbie. Yeah, I think that Echo Tail bait in the end was really crucial for Debbie to win that game.
Yeah, I completely agree, because otherwise the Mud Bomb would not have been reached. That one mud shot that was saved by baiting allowed Debbie to reach the Mud Bomb, take out the Empoleon, and then just barely take out the Corsola in that mirror race. And with that, Rocha, our 2-time previous champion, I believe is now knocked out of the tournament as a potential winner.
Oh yeah, because it's in Swiss bracket, so Rocha may not be out exactly, but it can actually lose its chance by becoming the potential winner by taking an early loss in the Swiss bracket.
Yeah, that was a great game there. Very exciting. I had no idea who was going to win until the end. So Rocha making it very close despite the Quagsire into Empoleon terrible lead.
Yeah, even until like that was like truly a horrendous matchup by having Mud Bomb on opposing Quagsire. Rocha made that extremely close in the end. So yeah, a really nice matchup between these two casters.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
yeah, I think
And
I have to go over that
yeah,
just for a bit.
cool.
See you later.
Nice casting with you. We have Beelzeboy coming up next.
Yeah.
Hello, hello. That
Hello.
was a very, very close game. I thought it was gonna be a simul KO, but turns out uh Devi too OP.
Yeah, we love the 1 HP wins here as a caster. As a competitor, if my opponent wins a 1 HP, maybe it's a different story. But when I'm in the neutral spectator mode, then the more exciting, the better, right? But
Exactly.
speaking of exciting, we have two amazing battlers up next.
Yeah, we have Marto with his favorite Pokemon in Jumpluff versus ArceusAurelius, a fantastic battler from EU.
Yes, they're both even running the Jumpluff with the buffed Energy Ball and the strong move of Acrobatics. Um, it, it potentially has some play on both sides, especially maybe ArceusAurelius, as it does hit 4 of the 6 for super effective damage. Maybe Odie really needs to avoid the Kanto Ninetales with the fire type moves.
Yeah, and same with Marto. He um has super effective damage from 5 of his mods into Marto's jump bluff, but Marto's jump bluff also has some good resistances and like damage to throw into all of RCS's teams. There's no clear way to knock out the jump bluffs. Um, so yeah, I wonder if both of them bring that Pokemon in.
Yeah. At the same time, we have to watch out because this Shadow Primate does have Ice Punch, so it's not helpless in that matchup, and it will be able to hit back for double super effective damage if Marto does decide to bring the Primate, because that Sableye is also looking pretty strong.
Yeah, there's really only jump bluff that the Sableye has to worry about, and even there you have some good neutral damage to throw into. And because the Primeape is running Ice Punch and not close combat, and it's Shadow, the Licky Licky from Arceus Aurelius' side also looks generally safe, having play into all 6 of Marto's mons.
Yeah, for sure. The Licky Licky is always such a great pick in this meta, and maybe pairs well with the Seeking here, but we'll have to find out as we get into game number 1. And it is that Primate into the Licky Licky. We'll have to see what Arceus Aurelius does here.
You do see a swap into Seeking, the very safe Pokemon, and looks like Marto is opting to throw a Arceus and then potentially swapping into his Licky Licky. Looks like he does chip and dip into his Licky Licky.
Yeah, Licky Licky is such a safe sponge Pokemon. You just chip something and throw in a Licky Licky, and you're looking in a great spot. As Arceus Aurelius fires off a Drill Run, he knows he's going to get KO'd by a charge attack anyway, so he's going for the damage over the debuff.
Yeah, this Body Slam is not gonna KO the Seeking, but it provides additional farm for the Licky Licky. Now, this Licky Licky mirror will go on for a while until Arceus Aurelius throws 2 body slams into it. But Arceus's Licky Licky is gonna come out with a fair amount of energy once this matchup ends. Do you think there's a possibility of Arceus bringing in his jump bluff into this loaded Licky Licky once this matchup is over to absorb all the energy?
Yeah, I don't think that's a terrible call, but at the same time, we might have to keep in mind what Marto is reading in the back for Arceus Aurelius, right? Because Arceus did lead that Licky Licky, so it's unlikely to be, for example, Galarian Stunfisk, maybe not Altaria. It is the Sableye in the back, so Marto is just going to stay in, force the Sableye to throw some energy, and might come in with the jump off now.
We do see a shield to force good damage or a shield from Arceus' Sableye. And
Yeah.
we do see a swap into Jumpluff, saving the Licky for a potential catch later. And this is generally a favorable matchup for Jumpluff just because you have a lot of good bulk, super effective fairy winds to throw into this Sableye, and looks like he does decide to go for an acrobatics.
Yeah, this acrobatics would probably be knocking out the Sableye if no shielded. So ArceusAurelius is going to shield that up. It's probably going to throw another foul play soon, and maybe is going to try and catch one of these moves onto one of his other Pokemon. We'll have to see what he decides to do, if he decides to keep the Sableye alive or not.
Yeah, we do see a catch of the energy ball onto the Licky, but this will provide Primeape with some good farm. Oh, it doesn't, because it just knocks it out. It's Sableye that gets an energy lead for this Primeape. Now the question is, can Sableye get to two foul plays before a Primeape gets to a Rage Fist?
It's probably not, as the Rage Fist is going to be thrown. It's not even a CMP tie. And this Rage Fist, even though the Sableye has buffed up its defense, is definitely going to be knocking it out and taking the game 1 win for MartoGalde.
Well played by both sides. The classic chip and dip strategy working out well for Marto after catching a good lead. Seeking as a safe swap was able to do some good damage with the pecs into the Primeape, but I feel like it wasn't really able to do much other than that. Yeah, it just got like abused by Marto's Licky being able to get some energy lead on that, and then just carrying over the lead advantage later.
Yeah, being safe swapped into a Primeape and then instantly losing 60% of your health is not what you want to do as a Seeking. So maybe ArceusAurelius potentially looking to adjust what he leads. So maybe he's going to lead the Seeking instead in this next game. Then he doesn't have to safe swap it and get destroyed by that chip and dip strategy that Marto used. Or maybe he's just going to drop the Seeking completely.
Yeah, maybe. Do you think we see a Kando Ninetales from Marto's side, expecting Jumpluff as a check for Primeape?
Potentially, but the Kanto Ninetales is so risky with the Seeking, the Altaria, the Licky.
Yeah, and honestly, Primeape does so fine into the Jumpluff having the Ice Punch to throw into it. So yeah, let's see what adjustments they make in game number 2.
It
We do
is,
see
as
a
you
Jumpluff.
said, going to be the Jumpluff, and maybe MartoGalde is just going to stay in, throw one of these Ice Punches, and we'll see how much it does. No, we won't actually. ArceusAurelius tries to make the catch, but it looks like the same thing is going to happen again. It's just going to be the Rage Fist chip, and then a swap into Licky. Oh, no, it's not.
Looks like we are forcing a shield into this Seeking and double boosting our Karate Chops that are keeping pace with the super effective pecs from the Seeking. Looks like we do see an Icy Wind, which does take more energy, but debuffs the Primeape that then just buffs itself again.
Yeah, this Primeape is just boosting, and ArceusAurelius knows nothing on his team can farm it down before it would get hit by another move. So he is going to shield the Seeking, and makes a nice catch of the Body Slam onto his own Licky.
This the Primeape is, I believe, dry on energy, but this matchup will play out for a long time, and Marto having landed a Body Slam on the Licky as it came in, they should be able to win this matchup.
Yeah, not only that, but if we look into the backlines, it's the Jumpluff on both sides, except that MartoGalde has the shield advantage. So he is potentially looking to be in a better position to land an acrobatics in the late game, as he just instantly swaps in this primate, and ArceusAurelius knows he has to throw some energy into this.
Yeah, now Licky being saved, the Jumpluff will be able to, if it comes back in, will be able to get an energy lead versus Arceus's own Jumpluff. But it looks like he doesn't want to let that happen, and so he swaps into seeking to debuff this Jumpluff very quickly and forcing the
Yeah.
final shield.
I really like this
But
play by ArceusAurelius, as it will maybe leave your...
ooh, and
No!
oh no.
He had the icy wind, but panic clicked the drill
Um,
run. That is
um,
so unfortunate.
the
No.
icy wind would have sealed the deal for Arceus, but a panic drill run throw makes sure that Marto is still in the game, and we see a combo play that could swing tides in Marto's favor still.
Yeah, wow. That is very unfortunate, and I'm gonna be honest, it has happened to me many times. Sometimes you just don't know which move, or if you're gonna reach the stronger move or not. As MartoGalde now with the CMP catch onto his Licky Licky is still gonna reach another body slam into this Jumpluff, and this is looking over for ArceusAurelius.
Yeah, Arceus might need a lot of energy to KO this Jumpluff, but the Jumpluff is very close to an energy ball. Looks like it was 2 fairy winds away, so it's probably, and yeah, even if it doesn't get to the energy ball, it's gonna be able to tank 2 shadow balls very comfortably and eventually get to a move, securing a 2-0 win for Marto.
Yeah, well played by Marto. Sadly, unfortunately, not as well played by ArceusAurelius. He still did his best, especially that game one was unplayable for him. But if he just clicked the icy wind, man, it would have been such a different game. But it happens. It happens to the best of us.
It happens. Exactly, yeah. So yeah, a nice run by ArceusAurelius. Let's see if we see him again. Um, yeah, this was a good game.
Yeah, MartoGalde is moving on and is looking to be the only LATAM caster with the potential to win this Swiss tournament. So we'll have to see whether he is able to overcome the mountains of NA casters who have been doing so well at the moment.
Yeah, we can take a look at the round 3 graphic once. Yeah, so we have 6 undefeated battlers so far. House and upcoming we have House Tag versus TomahawkUK, Inadequance versus Rise to Occasion, and MartoGalde versus debbiepebble.
Yeah, I'm very excited for these, but I'm sure that some of the other world champions are also excited for these. So I will be passing it on to ItsAXN to discuss some more with you.
Hello, Axel.
Beals, how do you feel about this matchup coming up? I feel like every single match from here on out is going to be kind of hard to deal with, like to just try to see who's going to come out on top here. But Tomahawk versus House Stark, these are some household names here, and there's some of the most unique teams that we have left in the event.
Yeah, these teams are so unique. We have so many ghost types right now on our screen and so many dragon types on our screen right now.
Yeah, it's kind of
House Start
interesting
with a
here.
double ghost.
Yeah, and double dragon on Tomahawk's side too. I mean, it seems to be the ItsAXN curse. I have to keep casting these Aegis games, but that's because it keeps on winning, I guess. So, I mean, I don't know, Beals, does Aegis have play here?
AD Slash honestly feels like it always has play, even when you have like 6 Pokemon doing super effective damage into you. You're just doing AD Slash things. But I feel like this is one of those harder matchups to bring AD Slash into, just because of something like Dusknoir that can abuse AD Slash's lack of fast move pressure really, really well. But you can never count out some incredible plays from House Stark.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like there's a lot of options here for these two trainers. Tomahawk, for example, that Sea King looks really strong neutrally into a lot of what House Stark's team has. You do have Pokemon like Aegislash that resists Peck, but I mean, Peck, Drill Run, or Icy Wind, no matter what moveset or like what moves you're forced to throw here with Sea King, I feel like it has play into most of these Pokemon. I'm a big fan of Kingdra right now in the meta. It looks pretty safe here as well. Even into Aegislash, I'm sure it can start putting in some work over time. And as you were saying, that Shadow Dusknoir, it's going to be kind of interesting to see how much play it's going to get, because unlike previous matchups here, we actually have two Ghost Resists, one with that Licky Licky, and the other with the Guzzlord, and then the opposing Astonish user that makes that matchup so quick. I know there's this situation with Corsola into Shadow Dusknoir where if the Shadow Dusknoir is not good enough, it doesn't even reach a second Shadow Punch, so it's going to come down to IVs potentially if we see that matchup later on, but it's going to come down to line calls here, game number 1, to see what kind of teams these trainers want to bring.
All right. We do see the Kingdra as we called out. This is a very neutral matchup. Unlike Altaria, Kingdra doesn't take any super effective rollout damage from Licky Licky. But Kingdra being so squishy doesn't really appreciate these body slams and um, shadow balls.
Yeah, exactly. But what Kingdra also has going for it is a harder hitting attack here with Surf, so it's able to hit quite a lot of damage itself into the Licky Licky, potentially even setting up a catch opportunity, which is exactly what Tomahawk ends up going for.
Yeah, this classic chip and dip that we have been seeing all through this tournament, catching a body slam on a chip Licky Licky, and then House Shark responds with Seismitoad, which is generally favored in this matchup, but Licky Licky, just on the basis of its bulk and access to a really good move in Shadow Ball, forces a shield from Seismitoad, which will go for an icy wind to debuff this fat Pokemon.
Yeah, normally we see ground types have pretty good matchups into Licky Licky, but honestly, Seismitoad can be a little bit uncomfortable here just because Shadow Ball does two-shot you, which is why House Stark went for the Icy Wind, I believe, just to survive the moves a little bit better. But I'm not even sure if another Icy Wind would knock out that Licky Licky there, but we don't get to find out. Instead, in comes the Sea King. You kind of have to go for the Earth Power here. If you Icy Wind and they call that, that is such a bad spot to be in, Tomahawk with a last-minute shield.
Do we see a catch? We do see a catch of the and a sneak somehow of the um Astonish on the and a catch on the Corsola. This is a very good matchup for Corsola simply due to being simply like out neutral
Yeah,
matchupping
out-bulking
this
it, right?
matchup.
Yeah, it's
And
able to just
yeah,
survive 3 charge attacks here, and even after the debuff Astonishes and Nightshades, and we're actually seeing a Power Gem which does do a little bit more raw damage, it's still going to add up even at -1.
it does. But it also having thrown the power gem very soon also allows Tomahawk to swap in his Licky Licky to KO this Corsola.
Yeah, down goes Corsola, a lot of energy down the drain there. I feel like the switch clock is pretty misaligned at this point, so I'm going to be interested to see what comes in here. It's going to be the Seismitoad once again. This should be range for Icy Wind, could be enough to knock out. Does Tomahawk want to get this charge attack off, or at this point is Licky Licky going to go down, Icy Wind's going to land, knocking out the Licky Licky, and now Tomahawk has 2 Pokemon left. Which one wants to come in to absorb the rest of the energy from this Seismitoad?
Both Kingdra and the Seeking have some energy, but neither of them is at a charge move. So yeah, I'm curious to see what they do. Looks like Peking
Interesting.
does throw its drill run and House Stark come like fine with just shielding and building up even more energy.
He's putting it in a icy wind range after these mud shots land. So what I think House Stark really wants to do here, icy win this, icy win the Kingdra, and then potentially use Licky Licky to body slam the Kingdra and maybe win the game after the fact. How much energy though is on this Kingdra, just about at a Swift, is a debuffed Swift gonna be enough to knock out the Licky Licky, or can you reach a Surf? How much energy is on House Stark's Licky Licky in the first place?
Oh, not even close to a move. So the Kingdra is able to farm up so much energy and then throw a bad manner surf into this Licky Licky, securing game one for Tomahawk.
Yeah, very dynamic game, I'd have to say. There are a lot of switches going on back and forth between these two trainers. Tomahawk was able to get a pretty good initiative, I think, at the start there by swapping in his Licky Licky first, kind of forcing House Stark to waste some body slam energy. Because if House Stark still had a body slam in the endgame there, he could have won that match. But with how it ended up playing out there, even with going for plays like catching a move on the Galarian Corsola on House Stark's side, Tomahawk was still able to just neutrally dance around just a little bit better.
Yeah. And also the Licky Licky, like the Seismitoad felt kind of underwhelming in that matchup where like you had to invest a shield versus Licky Licky, and then like your Earth powers got shielded by the Seeking, and yeah, it didn't really get to like shine all that much in that game.
Yeah, it's kind of sad because I feel like it does have a lot of good neutral matchups here, but there's not a lot of matchups aside from that Tinkaton that I'd say are actually just actively good for Seismitoad. I think one of the big things about that Pokemon is if it's down energy like it was in that game, it can feel kind of underwhelming, but if it's ever up energy, it could still be pretty good. So I wonder if House Stark maybe tries to take a little bit more initiative himself in the next game, or if he just doesn't even bring the Seismitoad at all.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see what adjustment they make in game number two.
All
All
right,
right,
looks
we
like we
do
do
see the
see
Seismitoad.
Seismitoad. Yeah, it's coming back here into Shadow Kingdra. I'm going to be honest, I've been using a lot of both these Pokemon recently in GBL. I would much rather be the Kingdra here just with that pacing advantage. And a CMP on the surf here, that was a risky play, but it's going to work out for Tomahawk.
Yeah, this was a risky CMV, but landing the serve before taking a move ensures that Kingdra can comfortably shield or no shield in this matchup and win this matchup. But and then we see a simultaneous swap into Licky Licky and Seeking.
Oh, wow. Tomahawk really wants that debuff before his Shadow Ball is thrown, so he's actually going to opt for bad timing to guarantee this attack drop goes through. I don't hate the play, but now potentially this Licky Licky can still two-shot with Shadow Ball here and get to another move very quickly after that full rollout sneak. So we'll see how this game is going to unfold.
Yeah, even though you get a debuff right away, maybe Tomahawk was expecting House Stark to throw his Shadow Ball right away. To expecting Tomahawk to throw on good timing so that he can get the debuff. But Housetrack opts for good timing, and so he gets a full rollout sneak.
And that leads to this Licky Licky having quite a bit of energy out of this matchup. Guzzlord comes in as the final Pokemon here for House Stark into a Licky Licky. Now, I always like being the Guzzlord here in this matchup just because you have more efficient damage to throw against them. But the Licky Licky does get to fire off a move first, and there is still a catch opportunity as well as a decent amount of HP on that Kingdra. So this game is still very much up in the air.
Oh, we do see a catch on Kingdra. I don't know
Interesting.
if this really helps or if this undercharge helps, because this way the Kingdra gets a good amount of Dragon Breath damage into the Guzzlord.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried if that Dragon Breath damage might just put you into a range where one more Body Slam plus rollouts might knock you out over time. But you do still have a Seismitoad, Licky Licky, and Guzzlord alive, all that a single Licky Licky has to try to take down, as well
Yeah.
as two shields on the side of House Stark. I think over time here, Dragon Tails will put them into a range where just a single charge attack could knock them out. And look at that, House Stark realizing that if he can get an Icy Wind off against this Licky Licky, that could also be a good way of threatening it.
Yeah, but looks like he does opt to let the size broad go, having forced some energy from the Liquidity. There's just so many ways for House Stark to win this matchup. Um, yeah, that like he can just come in Guzzlord and then just throw both of his brutal swings and yeah, win this game.
I'm a little surprised to see a shield here, actually, because I feel like one way that would have been the most consistent way to win this would be just no shield that survived the body
Save the
slam, double
shield.
brutal swing, and then, uh-oh. Okay, this is such a risky
Wait,
CMP. I think you survived the body slam, but that was so risky by House Stark here. We'll see how this
uh,
plays out now.
maybe trying to make it close after the game one serve VM.
Yeah, just try to give him a little
Yeah.
bit of hope here. in the end game. House Stark gets to back-to-back moves, but I think that rollout's going to knock out. I'm actually a little bit concerned now. What if this
Yeah,
Licky Licky rollout's down and body slams the opposing Licky Licky before the other body slam is going to be reached? It's going to be a CMP who has a higher attack stat. It's actually Tomahawk, which I feel like that came out of nowhere in my opinion. I thought House Stark had this game in the bag, but Tomahawk did not give up. He kept spamming out body slams, overfarming perfectly when Seismitoad came in. That was
nice.
incredible precision by Tomahawk.
Nicely done by Tomahawk, not giving up until the end, and then a higher attack Licky Licky coming in clutch.
Yeah,
Yeah, I feel
I
like
don't even know what to say there.
one way to secure that matchup maybe would have been to shield the Seismitoad to debuff the Licky Licky, but then maybe Housestock was afraid of the Licky Licky getting more farm out of the Seismitoad if you spend a shield there. So yeah,
I feel
but
like a lot of that
incredibly
was
well
just
played by both
underestimating
sides.
Tomahawk's Licky Licky there in the end game, not realizing just how much energy it was going to be able to build up to. Getting that final body slam against the Licky Licky on a CMP and rollouting down the Guzzler, that's, I mean, you can't make that up. That's as close as it gets here. And while it was a 2-0 victory for Tomahawk, still a very close set here from two incredibly talented battlers. So Tomahawk, an EU caster here, taking down NA. Let's see who can win in the next set.
Right. I'm gonna take a break, but now we have Rob filling in.
Welcome
And
on in,
I
Rob.
am
How do you feel
back.
about that last game?
Very impressive gameplay, but that's, I guess, just how strong EU is.
Well,
And
speaking of
we'll
which, we have another run back here, NA versus EU, with Rise to Occasion versus Inadequance.
with NA versus with NA and EU World Champs casting. Like, what a better way to start it off. And if there's one game where I would expect some close calls and close games overall, that this is the Rise and Inadequance matchups. Both of those players having won so many tournaments and casting at the same time. Like, how are they doing it?
You know, it's a good point, and honestly, I feel a bit of a conflict of interest here. I want to see Rise, my fellow NA player, win, but also I kind of want to see Metacham win. So it's like, who do I root for here? I don't know. It's gonna be, I guess, just a close match, hopefully either way, and we'll see if the back's caliber again on Inadequance's side is gonna be able to put in some work.
As a fellow world champion with Medicham, I can only agree to this. But at the same time, I have one with Anan as well, so I'm not sure who I should root for. We are
Oh
about to
man.
find out when this first game is starting.
All right, first game, Empoleon up against Mantine. Honestly, this is such a strange matchup because while Empoleon does have neutral Drill Peck and you do resist all of Mantine's attacks, Mantine's just bulky. It can survive 2 moves and get to 2 attacks itself, so pretty neutral matchup here. We'll see how the trainers want to play it out.
Yeah, I think I've played this matchup as both Pokemon, and both of these positions I felt fine, so I guess it's a good matchup either way. But we see a nice Drill Pack catch on the opponent. You definitely want to throw Hydro Cannon in that mirror and counter swap into the Furret from Rise to Occasion.
Incredible CMP by Inadequance here, realizing that on Trailblaze you can throw 7 Metal Sounds into the Hydro Cannon and get your move off first by winning CMP. Hydro Cannon is going to chip down the Furret quite a bit, but this Trailblaze, I believe, if it does end up landing, will put this Empoleon into farm down range before a second Hydro Cannon will be reached.
Would have expected an undercharge here to see try and get off like 3 feint attacks, but we only see 1. So this looks like a solid position for Martin, who goes for a couple more wing attacks before throwing the Twister into the Furret.
Right, yeah, saving all this energy on Mantine is kind of huge, because now that you've wasted the Empoleon's energy, and you've sniped down the Furret before they get to another move, we are just going to have to take a look at the backline to see how it's going to play out, and there's a Shadow Sableye into a Fairy-type Azumarill. Now, I know that matchup is pretty neutral once we get to it, but it's still going to be a matchup here where I think Inadequance does have a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, the more shields there are, the more advantageous it is for Sableye. But with the current moveset Sableye is running, it's gonna be rough not having super effective damage to the Azumarill. Well, this matchup's probably still very neutral with the Water Pulse being thrown here as the Mantine.
Yeah, luckily with Water Pulse being thrown, Rise to Occasion does have a little bit better odds of matching the pacing on this Mantine here. Drill Peck being thrown, getting a shield from the Mantine, and this is exactly what Inadequance wants, right? He wants to try to get shields down to make sure that there's no shenanigans that Sableye can pull off in the end game. Does Rise shield this, or at this point, does he just invest in his Sableye. We do see a shield, and at this point, that Sableye is going to have a very hard battle in the backline.
Yeah, Rise might be expecting something else than a Azumarill in the back. Because if there's like a Licky Tongue in back, you might want to save your Empoleon and maybe try to get a Hydro Cannon later. But this Azumarill is very bulky, and now probably in farm down range as well. We'll see how it plays out.
Twister's going to knock out the Empoleon here. Sableye will come in, but it probably would take a move before the full farm down happens. If a Water Pulse is reached, honestly, that might just put you into bubble down range if this ends up getting no-shielded. And if you shield, obviously Play Rough is going to do even more from the Azu, so Rise calling that. He goes for the no-shield. We'll see if Sableye can somehow survive the bubbles, but I think at this point, Inadequance is in a very dominant position.
Entirely agree, and this Azumarill is just too bulky. As someone who has been playing Azumarill since 2019, I know this Pokemon in and out, and this bubble damage does surprisingly a lot, and I think Rise knows as well.
No reason to throw a charge attack there. Foul plays and drain punches both just bounce right off. And with that, game number 1 win for Inadequance. We've seen 3 games in a row, won against NA players from EU casters. So honestly, EU's kind of on a roll right now. I don't know what to say.
Mr. Inadequance having the alignment. This is something that he really enjoys as a Giratina player as well. But man, I really would love to see that Excalibur, just to have some Excalibur action. But I know it's hard to bring into the opposing Empoleon, and Saber probably not the best matchup as well.
Yeah, honestly,
What would-
Excalibur doesn't really have a lot of targets on this team, with Ninetales also just kind of walling off what it wants to do. But it's Inadequance. If anyone can find a way for Excalibur to have some play here, it's him. And he's also the kind of player here who, up a game, would be willing to take some risks just to try to throw his opponent off. So game number 2, depending on these team reads, it might have some play.
Yeah, I would expect them pulling again, just from Rise to occasion, based on how strong the Azumarill is from Inadequance, and see if you want to maybe get another Pokemon that Quagsire is probably hard to bring with the opposing Mantina as well. So we might see similar line in the next game, which should come up any second.
All right, game number 2. Wow. Well, I gotta say, you're saying Inadequance like switch advantage. I think Rise to Occasion might be appreciating it a little bit right now as well. Licky on this save swap here. Bit of a chip and dip happening before Rise is going to switch out likely. He just wants to guarantee that he wins switch advantage, gets his Sableye back onto that Medicham, but who is he going to bring in here in the backline?
Might be reading the Azumarill on the back, so he does bring the Ferret. I also like this just in case that the Licky is not in Hydro Cannon range just yet. But this should be a matchup that is pretty doable to win if you're Rise to Occasion.
As long as Rise keeps switch here, we can take a look at the backline. Once again, Azu's back there, but into Empoleon. That means that basically, as long as Rise doesn't completely mess up and give up switch here, which I would imagine we're going to see a shield. He's so weak to that Medicham otherwise. Yeah, we get the shield here. Yeah. Likely, Rise is in a very good spot, but I've seen Inadequance wiggle his way out of crazy situations before. He swaps Medicham back in, taking advantage of desync switch clocks, but this is going to set up a Shadow Claw down potentially from Sableye.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like that switch, because Azumarill with shield advantage might have done it a little bit better than having the Medicham locked into the Sableye, but if there's one person I would not doubt in what he's playing, then it's probably Inadequance, so we'll see what he has as a game plan here.
Likely will force energy out of this Sableye here, because taking a second Ice Punch does put you pretty low, and that is what happens. We see a shield actually from this Medicham. That's kind of crazy to me. I bet Rise at this point is fine just letting this Sableye go, because at this point, okay, well, I'm wrong. Anyway, we get a shield here, which is also fine for Rise to Occasion. I think you could have barely survived this Ice Punch, and your backline, once Medicham's been chipped down, is not as bad into it.
I would expect an Inadequance to swap. You probably shield at the Medicham just in case the Medicham is going to be useful in the end game, but now there's the Empoleon that really didn't want to see.
Yeah,
and this Empoleon, yeah, it's really tanky and...
You go.
It's really taking those charges really well. You know, we're just so excited we both want to talk.
Exactly. You know, we love Azu, so we want to talk about it as much as we can here. But what I love that Rise did is he did the neutral Shadow Claws into the Azu, and then he swapped out by the time the Azu could have thrown energy. So he gets a lot of efficiency out of this. He has the energy banked in the backline. He can absorb the damage here, and he can make it so now Inadequance has to still put himself in a very awkward position where he's just doing a lot of inefficient things over and over again. But Inadequance has saved all 3 of his Pokemon. There's a lot of play left to be had in this game.
Especially with the Medicham not having energy right now, this is very awkward. There's no point in shielding it, but there's so much energy on Rai's team, and how is he gonna win this? Because the Azumarill is not the most, it's not the Pokemon with the best pacing in the world, and also it's still not. We do have a shield at least, so that might
After
be
these
helpful in the
metal
instant.
sounds, though, I think you might be close to Drill Peck range, and you're also getting precariously close to Foul Play range even from the Sableye, so I think Rise, he's not even going to let that happen. He's just going to come and snipe down with a Trailblaze with the Furret. That's going to be game
Beautiful.
over. You have the energy on Sableye. Licky Licky is way too much to do.
And this is how you play down a good lead from the beginning. Inadequance really trying his best, but Rai's really reading everything that Inadequance does and not giving him the slightest chance to go back and put himself in a to put himself back into an advantageous position here.
Yeah, honestly, I gotta give Inadequance props there. While there were still 3 Pokemon remaining on Rise's side, they were all at like 1 HP. I feel like he played that about as well as he could for how hard RPS that game was going to be. And Rise here, he was actually able to show a very good adjustment from that game number 1, where honestly it was kind of the opposite situation. So game number 3 here is kind of up in the air. What kind of Pokemon do these trainers want to bring? I would be surprised to see Baxcalibur come from Inadequance. I feel like that is still such a risky pick. I think Empoleon on Rise's side is always going to come. Azu's probably going to come from Inadequance, and anything else they bring is just going to be down to team reads.
Maybe you want to bring the Baxcalibur as a closer after you lured out the Empoleon with the Azumarill. That might be an ABB strat Inadequance might want to bring. If there's one person to do so to come back from that NA game win, then he's the one to pull it off.
Yeah, let's see. Game number 3. What are these trainers going to lock in? It's Shadow Sableye up against Empoleon. A very interesting matchup here because with Drain Punch nowadays, you do have super effective damage into the Empoleon, although it doesn't win CMP, so Empoleon can actually just straight up go for the Hydro Cannon first.
And look at that backline from Inadequance, my friend. It is
I
Azumarill and Baxcalibur.
You know, the only problem is I feel like Baxcalibur might find some bad matchups later on in this game. There's going to be both an Alolan Ninetales as well as an Empoleon, somehow the 2 worst things they could possibly see. We'll see, though, maybe its raw damage output can kind of overcome that. And look at that, once again, Rise doing the exact play he did in game number 2, doing the neutral Shadow Claws, banking the resisted energy for later on, and forcing resisted damage into the Empoleon.
Inadequance had to swap and actually got what he wanted. He has found the Empoleon and lured it out, but now the Sableye has so much energy in the lead. And at the same time as Baxcalibur's unfortunately meeting the A9, which is the first time that Rise brings it. So I'm not sure if Inadequance likes the position that he doesn't even know yet that he's in.
Yeah, this is almost a run back of a team here from Rise, except the final Pokemon that Inadequance hasn't yet seen is going to be that Alolan Ninetales. He might be hoping for a Furret as the final Pokemon. And if it was a Furret, there'd be a lot more play to be had for him. Bringing back in the Empoleon here is actually kind of huge for Rise too, because if this Pokemon goes down, Alolan Ninetales is not going to have to deal with the Steel type. Down goes the Empoleon. There's still another Hydro Cannon ready to go. I think Rise is in a fantastic spot here, but if anyone can try to come back from this, it would be Inadequance.
What Inadequance is doing is really smart because you're really trying to bank the 2 shields for the Baxcalibur, knowing that this is your best closer, and it would work probably against most of the Pokemon, but there's one Pokemon you really don't want to see in the back. And
I'm
we
gonna be
both
honest,
know what it is.
I don't think we even need our Ninetales at this point, not with the amount of energy and the amount of defense boosts we're about to get here. I think that this Baxcalibur might just get destroyed by Shadow Claws and Drain Punches. That's all you're gonna need.
That is so heartbreaking to see. This is not how I want my Baxcalibur to go out. And the rage quit. Think
That
of the
was
casters, Martine.
Yeah,
What are we
we were
supposed to talk about now?
Yeah, I know. That's so unfortunate for us. But, that's also such a fair top left. He didn't even see how over that was with the Ninetales in the backline. But, man, Rise with the team read here. He was able to come back from an 0-1 deficit to make it a 2-1 sweep. And I do respect that Baxcalibur for coming. But, man, it did not find the team it wanted to see.
Yeah, as tough as it is to say, that was some impressive showing by NA as well, with Rice being 4-0 now and going on to the next round, still having all the chances to win this tournament.
Yeah, which means up next here, we're going to see our final two undefeated players, MartoGalde versus debbiepebble, and I believe Yakai is going to be joining you for that one, so I'm excited to see how that's going to play out.
Thank you so much for being here, and welcome Yakai for our caster duo. How are we feeling? I think you're still muted. But we are excited to see some MartoGalde versus debbiepebble action while we're fixing those tech issues. The last remaining Latin American battler against the last Oceania battler, debbiepebble, with some very different teams from both sides. Yeah, Yakai is still trying to fix some issues. We do see some similarities in both of these teams, both players having the Licky and the Altaria, both having a water type, at least one, debbiepebble having a second water type, but then probably more functioning as a steel type as well. And then we have some very interesting other flexible picks. We see more full bulk teams from debbiepebble side, while MartoGalde has some sweepers. And Jump Love as his favorite that we all know that MartoGalde has. This is for sure bringing up some exciting matchups. I wouldn't be too sure what I would bring. As MartoGalde, you're expecting some very bulky Pokemon. You have Shadow Primate, which he's masterful at playing at, is very useful overall. There is the Kanto Ninetales, probably hard to bring with Quagsire and Altaria there. The Jumpluff, if there's one person to find the way to play Jumpluff, then that's Marto. And you do have a really good matchup into the Quagsire, to be fair, and some neutral ones. It really is like the one into the Fairy Steel type, unfortunately. But we'll probably also see some Licky action. We do see
All right, let's
also
come back for this
Axeman.
one for just a second here. For Yakai, you know, it's super late at night for him. Hopefully, you can get those issues fixed up. But yeah, good analysis so far from our good friend DancingRob here. I feel like this is going to be a very meta matchup, but also it's one of the few Kanto Ninetales that we've actually seen in this tournament, which does kind of surprise me. With that said, Debbie's team is kind of built to counter it, so Tinkaton might have a lot of play on her side.
Yeah, the Tinkaton is for sure very interesting to see, especially with the Kanto Ninetales being so hard to bring from Marto's side. As I'm excited that we are heading to game 1 very soon.
All right,
We
Licky
do
Licky
see
into Licky Licky. We love this. We've seen, I don't know, if we tally up how many times we've seen these two Pokemon on the screen at the same time in this event, it's got to at least have happened once per battle. But that's just because of how good Licky Licky is.
Licky being a very meta-defining Pokemon. I'm sure we will be able to see a lot of Licky at Worlds as well.
I mean, take a look at the backlines here. Both trainers running their ghost types. A Jellicent on the side of Marto, a Corsola on the side of Debbie. So I think they're both just pretty fine to stay in here for a minute. The only kind of tricky thing is they also both have better answers to Licky Licky in the backline, one having a Tinkaton, one having a Shadow Primate. So while it is better that your ghost type avoids it, it's also kind of awkward that your Licky Licky answer also isn't in this spot.
So with two bulky Pokemon in the league, that's probably where you would want to soft lose the lead and see if you can get some sort of energy advantage, especially Marto with the Jumpluff being the Jellicent not being resisted, the Charge Move not being resisted by anything on debbiepebbles team. That might be a good strat to pull off.
Another Body Slam being fired off here. Both Licky Lickies will require a fourth Body Slam. I kind of wonder at this point, would either trainer make a risky catch attempt to try to catch a Body
Or
Slam on the
try to
backline?
CMP. They do try to CMP, and Marto winning the CMP, but is this good? Do we want that?
It's not necessarily bad, but also setting up energy on your Primate wouldn't be a terrible thing either. Who are we going to see from this down? You could honestly almost astonish down if you wanted to. But we see a hard pivot over to the Jellicent here. I would imagine at some point you're going to bring in the Corsola, but it might be a bit late to swap out.
Yeah, now it's actually pretty late. I know Gigatonheimer always does a lot, but you might have wanted to swap earlier, just especially with 2 shields still being in play. But now you gotta wait for some energy to be thrown, and then you might be able to swap. I'm also not sure what debbiepebble is expecting in the back.
I mean, with it being Primate, there is still a lot of play for that Corsola later on in this game, but staying in Tinkaton into Jellicent is generally not the best spot to be in. We're going to see here a Bulldoze bait. Could be a very high risk, high reward play if we see a no shield come through, but no, there's that shield. Successful bait. Do we get a debuff? No, so not the worst case scenario for Marto, but yet another Bulldoze going to be reached, thrown on alignment, giving a full Hex sneak over to the Jellicent.
Marcho also counting very well and knowing that this is just a bulldoze. Now actually getting debuff, Marcho saving all that energy, and now we actually see the Galarian Corsola. But the Jellicent has so much energy, so I want to say Marcho is slightly favored in this one, despite Debbie having the 2 shields.
Yeah, I mean, you might be a fighting type into a ghost type here, but this is where Shadow Primate really comes in clutch. It's able to 2-shot a Galarian Corsola over time with Rage Fists. You ramp up your damage, you can spam out moves so quickly here, and while Astonishes are hurting you so much, as you were saying, the energy loaded on that Jellicent in the backline means if you ever just get the shields down, that's all this Primate really needs to do to win this endgame.
You're probably also getting to another charge move as your MartoGalde. Your switch timer is probably up soonish, but you're still able to get to that Rage Fist before that one. And now the Jellicent has 2 moves, and this is exactly what you will need to close out this game. You just need to make sure to throw the right charge move into the right Pokemon as
Yeah,
he
no
throws the
surfs into
Shadow
Corsola.
Ball.
The
No
last use
surfs into
condition
Corsola.
averted. Shadow Ball is
So
going to
this
knock out
was
Corsola. Tinkaton at this point, even if it could knock out this Jelly, has 3 Pokemon to take out, and there's just another Shadow Ball ready to go. That means at this point, Marto will be taking game number 1. Debbie, unfortunately, will be losing this one, but I've seen Debbie put in quite a bit of work. I mean, earlier against Rocha, she was able to put in a very good show there against the former 2-time champ. So we'll see maybe what the adjustments will look like going into the next game.
This is very far from over, but we do see how Marto was using the occasion that there was no Licky Licky in the back to the best of his abilities, with the Jellicent going on a rampage in the back. So we might want to see some adjustments from both sides. What would you do if you're debbiepebble, AXN?
Honestly, in that last game there, I think Debbie would have just been in a better spot if when we saw the Jellicent hard pivot out, if the Corsola would come in. I think Debbie was respectful enough of the Jellicent in team building, but potentially in the actual course of the game, you need to be a bit more proactive not to let that thing build up as much energy as it did. Jellicent has such good damage with both Surf as well as Shadow Ball into your entire team that you can't give it that kind of leverage, especially once your Licky Licky goes down. So I think Debbie's team building, the Pokemon she brought, honestly, not bad picks at all, but potentially being a little bit more proactive, staying away from Tinkaton into Jellicent as much as possible. And then, I mean, also, if you can just get your Licky Licky into Jelly, that's probably just game over on the spot. So,
Yes,
okay, this one makes more sense.
exactly. And Norcanto Nitals brought on this one.
Yeah, so this is good news. You at least have... Oh my goodness, we go for the catch.
Oh my
That's
god.
huge. I was gonna say at least Jelly can guarantee the win in the 1-shield matchup, but you do get Astonished down. But just getting a catch here also is huge to mitigate a
No.
lot of what Galarian Corsola wants to do.
What I would have loved to see here is farming up again as the Corsola and then trying to catch a Shadow Ball on your own Licky Licky. I think this is pretty good for MartoGalde now, because you still have all that energy, and also your Primate is avoiding the super effective Fairy Wind damage from the Tinkaton.
Potentially the one thing here that I would say that has Debbie in a decent spot is while Nightshade was resisted, it might put this closer to a range where you can just go for Bulldoze after the fact, which means you don't have to double Gigaton. But I mean, even still, having to throw a second move here is very unfortunate. Shadow Ball is not going to quite knock out, but it will put you down very low.
What is good for Debbie, though, she can change the alignment now and align the Licky Licky on the Jellicent and then the Corsola on the Primate, which might be better, especially with shields up. But the Primate farming up energy, this is huge now. But debbiepebble actually getting to move. This might be huge as well, especially getting his shield. Like, this is getting very close so far.
A defense drop, especially here, could be kind of catastrophic. It would force the Primeape to swatch out. But no debuff there. We instead see the Primeape stay in for a second. Rage Fist going to be thrown. I mean, after that chip damage we got into the Corsola with Hexes earlier on in this game, this will be easily double Rage Fist range. And there is still a lot of energy on the Jellicent on the side of Marto.
Yeah, we probably will see a shield from debbiepebble just to preserve that energy and probably get a shield back. But now if Marto can catch, probably won't catch or try to sweep for Jellicent. No, he actually shields and sees if Primeape can do some good work here. Jellicent still has energy, so you can probably get to a move and then try to snipe the energy. We'll see what the plan is, but
actually looking pretty bad for Marto though right now, because while you do still have the energy on your Jellicent, I think Licky at this point, up a shield, and in a spot where you can just roll out down the Primeape, can just survive the surfs, go for a Shadow Ball, knock out the Jelly, and actually Debbie looks like she's in a very good spot all of a sudden.
yeah, the Jellicent all chip down in Shadow Ball range. Like, at full HP, this matchup is better for Jellicent, as you might think, since you tank the Shadow Ball in his zero shields. But like this looks really good for Debbie suddenly.
Yeah, Shadow Ball going to come through. It's not quite enough to knock out, as you were saying. It doesn't one-shot, but after the chip damage it's taken, that will be enough to roll out it down. Debbie does win game number 2, putting it at 1-1 in the series. Once again, Debbie putting on a very good show here against some of the best battlers that we have in this tournament.
If this was ever an argument or showing off how underrated Oceania battlers are, then this is debbiepebble. It was just one game away from being 4-0 in the tournament and being in contention to win it all. And we might be able to see some adjustments now. I would really love debbiepebble to bench that Corsola personally, because I feel like it is risky to play it into the Licky especially, but maybe bringing the Altaria might be a good idea. But at the same time, with the Primeape carrying Ice Punch, that might be a rough one.
I feel like a good adjustment in this game could be potentially bring back that Sableye that we saw there for just a second. That would actually be pretty good. Unfortunately, there might not be as much of an option here. I think that for the most part, you're going to see a lot of that Licky, as you were saying on Marto's side, and you're going to use Licky yourself. It's just the rest of your team is a little bit soft when it comes to dealing with that Jellicent, but I could see, honestly, even Shadow Altaria having a lot of play into this team here because it's able to neutrally deal with the Jellicent pretty well, has a lot of ways of dealing with even Primeape with Ice Punch. It has play into that too because you resist the Karate Chops. And Shadow into Shadow Dragon Breath would add up a lot. I would love to see Altaria come in, maybe even as a bait out to a Licky at some point. But I mean, it's all going to come down to game number 3 here. We'll see what team comps both of these battlers want to go with. And of course, it's just Licky into Licky.
But now we see the Kanto Ninetales, and we do see an Primeape safe swap. We do bait out the Corsola, which might be what Marto wanted. At least we can make sure to finish it off with the Licky again. And you're probably getting a shield here, especially since debbiepebble is going for timing. This is where you would shield for sure.
Yeah, this Rage Fist would almost certainly knock out, or at the very least put you into Karate Chop down range. So we do get that shield. Another Nightshade going to be reached here. This should knock out the Primeape if it gets let go, but potentially Marto could be fine just leveraging a shield advantage, or maybe he wants to get that second shield down. So it looks like that is going to be shielded up here. Another Rage Fist going to be thrown. I'm kind of surprised the way Marto has played out this game, however, because it seems like he must have like a sixth sense, or could be a Tinkaton in the backline. He wants to try to line up his Ninetales into that later on. A bit of a catch attempt here, but honestly, maybe he didn't expect Tinkaton because he swaps in his Licky, lining up his Licky into the Tinkaton instead of his Ninetales.
Yeah, that's an very... What is he expecting in the back? That is very interesting to see.
Yeah, I think at this point it's going to be a little bit hard for the Ninetales to deal with both a Licky as well as a Corsola with a decent amount of energy left over on it. We have a Gigaton Hammer ready to go. I think the biggest way Marto can come back in this game is if his Switch Clock's going to come back up before that second Gigaton Hammer comes through. Saving the Licky, trying to maybe even catch a Gigaton Hammer on the Ninetales could be a big sway in his favor.
I would like a catch on the Gigaton Hammer, because you're really not as impressed by the chart. And we do see the attempt at least, but debbiepebble being very patient and saving all that energy. And now we're in the Licky versus the Ninetales matchup.
Now, we have to keep a note here. This is a non-Shadow Ninetales, which means it's going to take a little bit less damage from the Licky Licky, but it's also going to do a little bit less damage here. But it looks like that's still going to be in a range where 3 Weather Balls will, in fact, be enough to knock out the Licky Licky. So, Marto, up as much energy as he is here, is actually not in a terrible spot. There might be a way for him to dance around this endgame. Switch clocks are misaligned. We have the Shadow Ball ready to go. If a catch can happen on this, that would be huge, and even if it can't, just trying to get the next Weather Ball off, if you survive the Shadow Ball, could also be big.
You do see the Shadow Ball being thrown, counting very well by debbiepebble, knowing that the Nightfall is just one ember off the next Weather Ball. Doesn't knock out yet, or barely does. No, barely doesn't, as expected. And good
Okay.
reaction by Marto, but throwing
Kind
the
of.
Ice Punch.
Yeah,
At
this
least he got
Ice
on the move.
Punch won't knock out, but maybe that's tactical. Maybe he wants to overfarm on his Licky, maybe farm down here, and try to reach a move against something else this game. But reaching this Power Gem probably puts you into Gigaton Hammer range. The way Marto, I think, can win this one is if somehow he can farm down the Tinkaton and then Weather Ball the Licky Licky in the backline. That's like his one chance of winning.
The
We have the
Gigaton
Gigaton
Hammer
Hammer.
is already stored.
Yep. But waiting on the switch clock might give him a catch opportunity as well. I can't believe we're waiting the switch
It
clock
does
down.
now.
Oh my goodness. That is a huge swing. It's not even a catch, it's just a snipe down here. I think Debbie had this game if she just instantly came in Tinkaton. Because now the Licky Licky's way too low to do anything here.
And
Oh my
the body
goodness.
slam, you're getting it off, but it won't knock out, unfortunately.
That is a bit of a travesty for debbiepebble. So close to taking down MartoGalde. But Marto, he was not out until he's out, right? He was playing to all of his win conditions. His swap was able to come just barely up before that Tinkaton could do anything. And because of that, Marto moving on 2-1 against debbiepebble.
Wow. Not the end game I would have expected, but very impressive showcase by Latam. And this was the end of round 3, if I'm not mistaken. So now we have 3 battlers left who are undefeated, which will have these round 4 matches. We have Rise to Occasion versus TomahawkUK, NA versus EU again, and we have Latam Divers 3-0 MartoGalde versus our previous 2x champion Rocha Babyface.
Yeah, so despite taking a loss earlier in the tournament, Roach is still very much in it. Could potentially win a third Clash of the Casters. We have NA, we have EU, and then we have 2 Latin America battlers there in the other side of the bracket. So it's going to come down to which region's going to be able to come out on top. Guaranteed at least one Latin America battler is going to make the finals. And then Rise versus Tomahawk, it's going to be interesting to see who can come out on top there.
Yeah, interesting here is especially that if Rocha Babyface beats Marto here, there's potential that a 4-1 might be enough to win the Clash of the Casters. So maybe some face-off in the end, and we're about to find out with the next 2 matchups who's gonna make the finals. I'm just as excited as you are.
Awesome. Let's send it back over to MEweedle and Yakai to start the next game.
Sounds good.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, very good. Now
Yeah,
we can
finally.
hear Yakai again. That's great. Good to hear you again. As we
thanks.
do have this LATAM matchup first before we take a look at the Rice against TomahawkUK matchup afterwards. And we have the Shadow Primate on both sides here. What do you think of that?
So it may be a LATAM special. Or if we see both LATAM Titans both bringing that. And they
Yes.
also have 3 like same mons on their team, like 2 mons I mean, except Primate for the Autoria and the Key. Yeah, and Matos goes for more like elemental choices for the last 3 and chosen Jumpluff, Ninetales, and Jellicent, and Rochas chose for like 2 other types, Shadow Quagsire, Empoleon, and the last one built with the like ghost tankers, like I mean Corsola. So I think a pretty similar structure for the right side and the same I mean, and slightly different and on the left side, I mean.
Yeah, I agree. But I think that Jellicent pick here could potentially be very strong, with only really
Yeah.
the Licky Licky being a hard check to it. It does well into the Altaria, the Quagsire, the Empoleon, has Shadow Ball for the Galarian Corsola as well. So maybe Marto is going to lean onto that Jellicent in this matchup, but
Yeah,
also has other
true.
options, like the Primeape, also with Ice Punch as well, so it's going to hit the Altaria. Maybe a Primeape Jellicent core is looking strong here.
Yeah, so true. We have seen Atos using that Jellicent on perfection, like farming up to 100 energy and just KO or sweep the whole remaining 2 months with 2 Shadow Balls at the end. So interesting to see how will he take over this advantage and set up his Jellicent for success.
Yeah, I think that we should jump into this first
Yeah,
game here.
sure.
As we have the
Oh,
Quagsire into the
oh
Jumpluff.
no.
It's Marto's #1 favorite Pokemon, also Inadequance's #1 favorite Pokemon, into exactly the perfect matchup.
Yeah, so Marto can just simply goes for a energy ball and dip into his Lucky Lucky potentially. Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
just
does
do.
one more Fairy Wind to get a little bit more energy and does exactly as you called.
Yeah, so this looks like a pretty advantageous position for Marto, cause like he can basically just absorb all the energy that Rocha got at the lead it when safe swapping in. And I think this is not like over for Rocha as well, cause like he learns out the Lucky right here, so his Corsola has some potential to runs runs in the back.
Yeah, you're very right. A very good bait out from Rocha to free up that Corsola. Potentially either that Jellicent or Primeape in the back, which the Corsola would have a decent matchup against, especially with shields up. And he's able to
Oh,
reach another Body Slam against
yeah.
Marto's Licky Licky. Is this going to KO?
Yes. So, oh, I see what Mato wanted to do. He wants to get energy head start on his Primeape. So maybe it's like intended to give up swap. I don't know. And now you
Yeah,
have Solar aligned to Jumpluff, which is preferred for Roja.
it is indeed preferred as the Jumpluff, as the Corsola, sorry, because you do have those super effective power gems. But at the same time, the Jumpluff got a big energy lead already against that Licky Licky in the mid game and is going to be able to fire off a lot of acrobatics before Corsola has even fired off the first power gem.
Yeah, and Jumpluff is so tanky that I don't think this will put it into farm down range before it potentially reaching to another move. And that Primeape is sitting in the back with a load of Rage Face, which is scary.
Yeah, a Rage Fist loaded, a shield advantage. This acrobatics is going to get this Corsola very low, potentially to karate chop down range.
Oh,
And
Rocha
Rocha,
here! Yeah,
he
maybe expecting a
predicts,
snipe.
yeah, he predicted the swap into the Primeape and is just going to fire off this Nightshade, which is completely wasted in this matchup
Yeah,
against the
and yeah, Primeape just got the full farm down because Corsola. I think it's all over for Rocha.
shield advantage and a lot of energy advantage for this Primeape against this Shadow Quagsire now. And he just needs 2 Rage Fists with the boosts and a few Karate Chops to clean up this Quagsire. Rocha knows this and is going to let this second one go.
Yeah, Rocha knows it's over. He will just show this move, and Primeape will just get a full karate chop down. I think the huge turning point of this game was like when Rocha throws his second Nightshade on Corsola instantly, expecting Mato to swap back into the Primeape cause Jumpluff is in farm down range after getting off that acrobatics, but Mato just shows that why he's like the best battle, one of the best battlers in the world, expecting in the unexpected, staying in with Jumpluff even though it will get farmed down, and if Rocha goes for or the Astonish afterwards.
Yeah, Marto's such an amazing Jumpluff player. And, we saw it. He just called the lead, Jumpluff into Quagsire, no Stone Edge on the Quagsire, nothing it can do. And we'll have to see whether MartoGalde will be able to make such a strong call again.
Yeah, it's kind of like risky to bring and Jumpluff as the lead, right? Because that Rocha also have some strong answer to the Jumpluff like Empoleon, and just like you said, Primate has the Ice Punch coverage against Jumpluff, which I think that if Marto face a Primate lead, it's not a bad lead for Rocha's Primate at all.
And we have been warned by PvP Steve. Apparently, this next game is the greatest battle of the whole tournament.
Oh,
so, I mean, I'm
yeah, let's
excited.
hop
If
into
Steve
it.
says it, it must be true. So, yeah, let's jump right
Yeah.
into it.
Same lead again. So this so far looks like a deja vu.
Yeah. No, Steve was right.
Like,
It's
yeah, it's the best
absolute
game.
cinema. I mean,
Yeah,
like, what else can you
yeah,
say?
it's just the best way to end this game is just RPS.
Yep. Beautiful. I mean, we're Pokemon Go players. We love RPS, you know. It's so fun to
Rock,
watch.
Peter, Caesars is so fun to watch, right?
5-second match. Yeah. Well, I mean, is there anything still to say about this match?
Yeah, I don't think so. It's just Jumpluff against the Mopbomb Quagsire, and then of course Solar is locked into a Lucky, which is nice, like most nightmare mashup. Yeah, so nothing to more to say about it, I guess. So next round I think we'll have Beelzeboy with you. So see you later.
Hello, MEweedle.
Hi. I hope
That
that
was
you're prepared
that
to
was
cast.
an incredible game we just
Yeah.
saw.
It's well, I hope we actually get some proper battles here, as we have TomahawkUK against Rise to Occasion, with the Alolan Ninetales against the Kingdra and the Shadow Duskmar from TomahawkUK's side.
Yeah, we have another NA versus EU matchup. Tomahawk has been taking out all the NA battlers. Let's see if he can pull another one off. Is there any Pokemon that stands out to you?
I mean, I
Um,
always like that Duskmar, but it does have two hard checks in the Sableye and the Furret. So maybe he's gonna opt for something else here. Maybe I'm looking a bit at that Seeking. It has some good neutral play into most of all of Rice's Pokemon. But the problem is that Furret does have that Trailblaze. This Furret is looking very strong if it can avoid that Tinkaton.
Yeah, in previous games we saw Tomahawk run Dusclops versus stuff like Licky because Licky doesn't have any fast move pressure into the Dusclops, so Dusknoir, so you can make that matchup close with an energy lead. But Furret and Sableye both have good super effective damage to throw into it, so maybe if we don't see that Pokemon, Seeking definitely looks very safe, and it walls off Alolan Ninetales charge moves and has good super effective damage for both Empoleon and Altaria. Um,
Yeah,
Licky
the
also feels
Ninetales.
kind of safe.
The Ninetales does indeed have Dazzling Gleam even, so it's not even quite going to wall off that Alolan Ninetales. But you are very correct that Licky is looking very safe, as a safe swap, especially if it gets a small energy lead, that it can two-shot that Empoleon before getting two-shot by Hydro Cannons. So we'll have to see what the players opt to choose.
Okay. We see the Sableye into Kingdra. This is kind of an interesting matchup where Kingdra has to build up to a whole surf before it can do any meaningful damage to the Sableye. While Sableye can ramp up its defense with those drain punches.
Yeah, and TomahawkUK annoyingly forced almost to shield those drain punches. You'd rather shield the foul play, even if you know that the drain punch is coming, as he makes a catch onto the Seeking and maybe not expecting a foul play to be thrown here. Maybe was expecting to catch a drain punch, but this foul play does almost half of the Seeking's health.
Yeah, and trying to catch maybe a move on the Quagsire, but very fine, just just not. Oh, the Tomahawk doesn't throw his move, and so Rice is able to just snipe all the energy that the Seeking had.
Yeah, TomahawkUK making a small miscalculation there, thinking that he would survive the Aquatail, so gets greedy, tries to double up on the drill runs, but just gets taken out. And the Quagsire makes even a Mud Bomb against this Kingdra, which is definitely going to KO. And it looks very tough now for TomahawkUK, as it is that Empoleon in the back against this Licky Licky.
Licky does get an energy lead, and now might be able to outpace the Empoleon to do Shadow Balls, but it's still looking kind of uncomfortable for Tomahawk, given that Sableye also has a good amount of energy remaining on its on it.
Yeah, the metal sounds and this Hydro Cannon is almost certainly going to get the Licky Licky into foul play range. So TomahawkUK is going to shield up that first Hydro Cannon, but it doesn't stop the second one from coming right through. And he has to get so many moves. There's still a shield left on Rice's side. And I don't think that this is looking very winnable if you are TomahawkUK in this situation.
Yeah, honestly, as Rise, you can even shield up this move, since shielding up would give you the energy for a Hydro Cannon, and you can just fire it off and win this game number 1.
Yeah, very well
Yeah,
played by Rise.
yeah, for sure. We saw Seeking being used as a damage sponge catching the foul play, but then its energy kind of not being fired off, and still it being kind of close. I wonder if that matchup would have changed in some way if Seeking was able to fire off its drill runs.
Yeah, potentially putting the Quagsire into swift range from the Kingdra, and therefore the Kingdra being able to survive, get a Surf off against the Empoleon, get a Shadow Ball. I mean, it's hard to say because that's not how the game played out. But yeah, definitely a big decision there to let go of all of that seeking energy from an Aquatail from the Quagsire. But well played by Rice there, throwing the right moves into the Kingdra, getting the Drain Puncher shielded, the foul plays no shielded. We'll have to see how TomahawkUK adjusts for that Sableye.
Yeah, we're jumping into game number 2 with the same lead for Tomahawk, but Rise making an adjustment into Empoleon. Now, this is a lot of resisted damage on both sides, and both Pokemon have win conditions in this matchup, but it depends on what shield scenario they decide to play out.
Yeah, the
Looks
Surf
like
is going to come through and do almost half, if not over half, of that remaining Empoleon health, as the Drill Peck is going to come through before this Swift. So TomahawkUK accidentally throwing on alignment and not being able to get this Swift off on the CMP tie is going to shield up and keep this Kingdra alive.
oh, I was wondering if we see a swift catch on the Sableye, but maybe that was too risky. Rise does opt to shield and tries to catch a drill peck. Tomahawk tries to catch a drill peck onto the thing, but Rise too smart and throws the hydro cannon.
Yeah, and if that was bad, then this is even worse, as it's a Quagsire with Mud Bomb coming into this Tinkaton. And thanks to throwing that Hydro Cannon, this is definitely in Mud Bomb range now. So once again, TomahawkUK making a catch, but just throwing away the Pokemon that he caught on. And it's this Quagsire that's looking so scary, as it's not an Altaria, it's a Seeking in the back. So the Seeking is going to take Mud Bomb, and there's even after taking Mud Bomb, there's a whole Sableye that it somehow needs to get through. This looks very tough.
This is looking kind of rough for TomahawkUK. The Quagsire putting in good consistent damage and yeah, the not being able to use all of that energy on Tinkerton was kind of unfortunate for TomahawkUK. The Seeking now does have a good amount of energy, but I think the Sableye can clean up from here.
Yeah, and TomahawkUK also throws the Drill Run into this Empoleon. Not ideal. The Empoleon was dry on energy, tries to undercharge, but that just allows Rice to save that Empoleon, swap out into the Sableye, and one move is just not going to KO this Sableye. And Rice has the shield left for that Kingdra. It's likely just going to Shadow Claw down the whole of TomahawkUK's team.
Yeah, this the Sableye is too good.
Even throws a
Just
foul
throws the
play,
foul
doesn't
play.
even need to buff up his defense. He knows it's over. And I think TomahawkUK does as well.
Sableye getting the clean up at the end. Yeah, we didn't see an Altaria from Tomahawk, maybe afraid of the Alolan Ninetales, and so Rise is able to bring his Quagsire in both games and KO'd one of Tomahawk's Pokemon for like basically free. Like like in game one it was Seeking losing it all its energy, and in game two it was Tinkerton losing all its energy, and is able to get a clean sweep.
Yeah, it looks like we're back to 2-0ing everyone right now, which will hopefully be different, as I believe this next matchup is probably the final matchup, and I think we have MartoGalde against Rise. So we had this pattern quite early on where we had Latin against North America, and I think North America won like every time. So maybe this is the one time that it's different, but we'll have to find out as we will be passing on the microphone to AXN to cast these finals.
All right, hello Axel.
Hey, Beals, we are back once again with a very, very exciting matchup. MartoGalde versus Rise to Occasion. Two very different teams, but both incredibly talented battlers who have played their hearts out in this tournament. Quick 2-0s, honestly, in some of those games. The instant top left of Rocha Babyface, game 2 of Marto versus Rocha. And then, I mean, Rise to Occasion here, just with the line reads and the catches against Tomahawk. It was two of the most dominant wins that I think we've seen here were like the semifinals from both of these battlers. So I guess we'll just have to see which one is still on their game here for this grand finals.
Yeah, yeah, we've seen a lot of as Weedle just pointed out, a lot of NA battlers taking out LATAM battlers, but it doesn't matter if you take out all LATAM battlers if you win the final one. So let's see if Marto can pull off a clean 7-0, I believe.
We will see, won't we? I feel like Rise to Occasion is one of the best battlers out there, but he gets a bit of an iffy lead, I would say, into the Licky Licky. It's not as bad as you would think it would be for Sableye, but it definitely could be better here. Empoleon in the backline is going to be in a tough spot if it sees that Jellicent, and we're seeing the Sableye stay in for a second, catching a Shadow Ball, actually, on the Altaria on Rise's side.
Yeah, the Sableye is able to get a lot of energy onto itself and then catch an Altaria. This is not a good matchup for Altaria and certainly not behind this much energy. But maybe Rice just wants to invest everything into his Sableye because looking into Mato's team, there's really nothing that resists Sableye's moves and um so yeah, he's just fine letting this Altaria just slowly chip away the Licky Licky and maybe come in with Sableye again.
Yeah, at this point, this Licky Licky is a lot lower on HP than you'd want to be if you're MartoGalde. The energy on the side of the Sableye for Rise to Occasion is going to go quite far against both Ninetales or potentially the Jellicent if that's what ends up getting brought into it. I am going to be interested to see, do we come in with the third Pokemon, show all of our cards right now, or would we come back in Sableye and snipe them down? We actually do come in Empoleon here, and this is going to be a very interesting game now. Building up energy on this Empoleon is going to be crucial, but we see a shield on the Shadow Ball.
That's an interesting shield because the more that um Rise goes down shields, the easier the save line matchup is for Marto's backline. And Marto getting so much value out of his Licky Licky, being able to KO an Altaria, getting a shield, and then drain punching the Jellicent that gets no shielded.
Okay,
That's
I gotta admit, I was not expecting any of that. Rise had a plan in his mind. He was gonna switch out, instantly Drain Punch, try to force a shield out of anything. Unfortunately for him, Marto sniffs that out instantly. We end up seeing the no shield on the Drain Punch. That's a lot of energy down the drain. Although on the plus side, you do have a boosted defense stat now. Maybe that could be useful here. But that Jellicent into the Empoleon in the backline, despite the energy lead on the Empoleon, probably is not in the worst spot imaginable.
Yeah, this is suddenly looking very difficult for Rise, given that Marto called his bait, and now the Sableye has a good amount of energy. But is there any chance this Jellicent, even with the buff defense of the Sableye, farm it down and come out with a move? He
It's
does
kind of looking like
correctly
it
shield up
will.
the he does correctly shield up the foul play this time as well.
Rise needs 3 Drill Pecks here, but Marto is just 1 more Hex away from reaching his next Shadow Ball, so I think at this point, all you have to do, survive the next Drill Peck, Shadow Ball instantly when you can, and Marto very likely has this game number 1. It was that big Drain Punch call he went for that I think is going to win him this game so handily. If that was a foul play, this would be a
Yeah.
much different spot to be in. But now, Marto even... What? Okay, well, never mind. We actually see that happen instead.
Okay. That was interesting. Maybe perhaps miscounting the energy on Empoleon. That was yeah, that was looking really good for Marto until the end.
I
The
think Marto must not have thought he could hex down the Sableye. I think he was needing, he thought in his mind, he needed to have back-to-back attacks. I think
Makes
he would have been
sense.
fine, especially after the defense increase was cleared on this Sableye. But I gotta say, I was not expecting that to play out the way it did. Rise, I know he's a good battler, but I think he got a little bit bailed out that game by Marto overthinking the end game. And hopefully that's not going to make it so it's just going to be a complete unwinding of MartoGalde here. I want to see this go to a best of 3. I want to see Marto at least, show that he's not phased by that last game.
Yeah, we need a three game set. I feel like the Licky Licky from Marto side got so much value in that game, being able to force a shield, KO the Altaria, and land another Shadow Ball on the Empoleon. The Empoleon was able to get a lot of energy, but Marto had an energy wall in Jellicent in the back. So yeah, I wonder if he like if Marto realizes that this game plan was good. He just needed to just throw the shadow ball in that game, and I wonder if he makes any adjustments.
Yeah, let's see. Game number 2 here, going to start up shortly. It's going to be Altaria up against Jumpluff. A very deceptively neutral matchup, despite the fact it's a flying type into a grass type, just because Jumpluff has Fairy Wind, which is super effective against the dragon typing, as well as Acrobatics, which hits for quite a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, I believe Jumpluff, usually having less attack than Altaria is loses the zeros just because you get to two acrobatics at the same time as two sky attacks from an Altaria. And so Altaria generally wins the zeros, but let's see if that's how they play out. Looks like Rise opts to play out the zeros and throw his sky attack right away, whereas Marto decides to put up a shield and go for the extra fairy wind.
I have to imagine Rise has got to be pretty happy to see this shield here, because if you just no shield up this attack, you can come in with your Alolan Ninetales, farm down. Although Rise, he's contemplating a shield, he actually goes for the shield. Never mind, maybe he thinks Switch Advantage is going to be more important for him, saying especially that last game, Ninetales that he has on his side here, wouldn't want to see the opposing Fire-type Ninetales, or even the Jellicent, so Rise going for Switch rather than trying to leverage energy later on.
to see a Licky Licky coming in, and I imagine Marto stays in to Rice stays in to throw a sky attack and maybe align his Aurora Ninetales into this Licky Licky, because if you're leading a jump bluff as Marto, you expect them to have a good check to Aurora Ninetales in the back, right?
I would not be surprised to see a Jellicent or the Kanto Ninetales in the back line after that lead. So yeah, I totally agree with that. And there it is. The other Ninetales fire into ice, but luckily for Rise to Occasion, he has switch advantage. He doesn't have to stay in there. He gets his Sableye up against a fire type.
Now, this is a regular Canto Ninetales, not a Shadow, which means that you can tank the foul play more comfortably than a Shadow can. But it also means that your charge moves do a lot less to the Sableye.
With that said, that might just be Shadow Claw downrange, and if you can farm this all the way down, land a foul play into the Licky Licky, and then either double Weather Ball or Dazzling Gleam, depending on where his shields go, this could just be game over in Rise's favor. But no, can't quite get the farm down. But you do get the Drain Punch defense increase, which might force energy out of the Licky Licky before you get your next attack off.
Yeah, this. Oh, and we do see a shield from Marto, shielding up the Drain Punch to KO the Sableye, but this only gives this Aurora Ninetales another Powder Snow energy lead. Oh, does a Dazzling Gleam KO?
It's
Is
gonna
the
be
big
so
question.
close. At this point, this is where Dazzling Gleam comes in clutch. If it's enough damage, then potentially Rise could win. But no! It actually is not enough. Is Shadow Ball enough now, though, to knock out the Ninetales?
Ninetales.
It
It
is.
is, and so we go
Oh,
to a game number 3. That was as close as
wow.
it gets.
I did not expect the shield on the Ninetales there at the end of the game for MartoGalde, but even that one extra Ember that he landed into the Alolan Ninetales might have been make or break to try to win that end game. That was incredible gameplay by MartoGalde there, trying his best to, claw his way back from kind of unfortunate alignment. And because of that, this is actually going to go to that decisive game 3 that we wanted to see.
Yeah, definitely. Like, if Marto had like just switched in his Licky Licky into the Aurora Ninetales after KOing the Sableye, then maybe it would have been something like a simultaneous KO, where like that Ember damage that landed would uh would not have landed, and then like the Shadow Ball would not have KO'd the Aurora Ninetales. So good recognition to stay in to land that Ember damage. Now do we see any changes from both sides
I think
for this
Rise can't go
decisive
triple weak
game
to
three?
Licky Licky like he just did there. He ran his 3 worst possible Pokemon against Licky Licky, and that thing put in so much work in the end game. Sableye is, I think, the MVP on Rise's side, so you can't afford to build a team where Sableye is in such an awkward spot if Licky Licky is around, which Licky Licky, it's basically always coming every single game.
Yeah, we haven't seen the ferret from Rise's side or the primate from Marto's side. Do we see an adjustment to either of those? And if so, do we see primate landing on the ferret that potentially is adjusted to in game number 3?
It's a good question. This is going to be the decisive game 3 of the tournament. The winner of this match becomes the Clash of the Casters champion. Who will it be? Rise to Occasion or MartoGalde? They are 1-1 decisive game 3. Let's get into it. That
All
is
right.
not the best lead that Rise could see, but honestly, I feel like he can dance around this. We've seen this lead earlier on in the tournament where Rise did the exact same play.
Oh, and he does decide to do the same thing again. Catching the Shadow Ball on Altaria, which honestly kind of looks pretty good against Marto's backline. So
I am a
I
little bit
assume Marto
worried
is kind
though.
of happy.
Like yeah, I was gonna say getting rid of this Altaria is really good for Rise or for Marto against Rise,
Marto.
and potentially since you have that secondary answer to Sableye in the backline with that jump bluff, this might not be the best use of Sableye that he could possibly get out of it.
Yeah. The question is if Empoleon can do something versus the Primate, given that it doesn't have close combat.
Right. I mean, I think what's going to have to happen here. Oh my goodness, I was not expecting that.
Oh,
I thought Rise was going to seed the farm down over and then make it so potentially he'd be able to get that farm that he did in game one with his Empoleon. But no one said hard pivots out to his Empoleon here. I think the energy that's going to be given over to this Primeape, as well as the fact that there's a Jumpluff in the backline up against the Sableye, Marto is in a very favorable spot to win this game.
and he gets the perfect farm down with Primeape as well. Rise being knocked out right as he reaches the drill peck. So yeah, how is this gonna go?
This isn't even going to knock out. Drain Punch, not known for its damage output. The no shield, Marto knew even a foul play probably wouldn't have been enough there. Forcing a shield on a Rage Fist against the Sableye. And now once Jumpluff can come in here, that might just be game over. There's still also a Licky Rise has to deal with here too. So I think MartoGalde, unless something happens like in game number 1 of this series, I think Marto might be having this crown given over to him. Latin America might have a chance at holding on to the title of Clash of the Casters champion.
Yeah, this is looking like a tough position Marto has put Rise in. Because even though the Sableye had a good energy lead and a +1 defense boost, this Jumpluff is just way too bulky to care for all these foul plays, and yeah, it just gets through another energy ball. Rise does try
No
to make a catch, but
And
but Marto is very patient with his energy and lands a final acrobatics, winning with his favorite jump bluff, making him the greatest caster of all time.
undisputed greatest caster of all time. MartoGalde takes down Rise to Occasion 2-1. That was about as close of a series as it could have been. A roller coaster almost for Marto. That first game of the series, he probably could have won if he played just a little bit more optimally, but he didn't let that phase him. He came back in game 2. He came back so hard in game 3 with that line read, and he was able to take down Rise and make it so once again Latin America is able to have this title of Clash of the Casters champion. And here we have the scoreboard of the placements from battlers. Interestingly enough, actually third place on this list wasn't even in the finals. ArceusAurelius here at a 4-1 record. Not too bad, followed up by hschirra, debbiepebble, Rocha House Stark, and Inadequance. I gotta say at this point, a lot of great battles that we were able to see in this event. I think at this point, it's hard to say that Latin America isn't just out on top here. Let's bring it back once we want to all of our casters so we can talk about what just happened here and congratulate MartoGalde one final time on his victory in this tournament.
Amazing plays.
Great plays by Marto and all the battlers.
Look, if Rocha Babyface was going to hand over the crown to anyone, I think it makes sense that he's passed it over to MartoGalde, that Latin America. To be honest with you, we didn't actually see a lot of Latin American battlers progress out of the first 2 rounds, but they just seem to have this habit of holding onto the trophy with both hands. I guess, they didn't get to keep the LAIC trophy, so they had to fight for something else. But look, and something that I didn't even mention this at the start of the stream. It hasn't come up in the last 3 hours and 58 minutes. There was $100 USD on the line, and so Marto also just gets to pocket a little bit of prize money as well. So congratulations to MartoGalde, who is $100 richer. Congrats. So wow.
Yeah. Also, Marto must be so happy to win with his favorite Pokemon of all time, Jumpluff.
Yeah, Jumpluff good. Is that what
I
we're
mean,
learning?
we should have seen it coming once Jumpluff got buffed. I mean, of course,
Yeah.
Marto's going to pop off with it here. He put that thing in the best possible spot. He wasn't scared of Rise's Ninetales. Sure, it's an Ice-type Pokemon. Sure, Jumpluff really doesn't want to see that. It doesn't matter. It's just going to find the Sableye instead and completely shut down Rise's star player.
Yeah.
That's
Also,
right.
Empoleon is a pretty nice answer for or Jumpluff on Rise's team, but Marto just managed to put it in the right place.
Yeah, it seems like it. But look, Marto comes out on top, but we'll do a little just, spin around the room. And there's 2 questions for each of you. First, what is your, favorite match that you got to see here today? I mean, frankly, I think there's an obvious one. But also, what takeaway? Because obviously this is a bit of a preview for the World Championships. What takeaway do you think that any of you or anyone watching could potentially take home as something they maybe have to watch out for going into Worlds? And look, 4 of you get a little bit more time to think about it, but MEweedle unfortunately just has to go straight into it.
Well, for me, other than the obvious best match of the tournament, I did enjoy seeing debbiepebble actually make it quite far and beating some of the who you might have considered favorites, like the previous champion Rocha. So for me, that was kind of the standout competitor here, as I have not myself seen her play very often. Regarding the meta take, I mean, Jumpluff good, obviously. But maybe more just the spicy picks work. I mean, we saw a lot of them. We saw them do well. So I'm excited to see whether anybody else will pick up on some of these more off-meta picks for Worlds as well.
Yeah, what about you, Rob?
Tough question to find out one specific match. I've really enjoyed watching HomeStark battle, especially after not having seen him battle too much recently. I'm a big fan of Marta winning. I know he had for his sakes, like for his comparison, he had a rough season. He hasn't reached the final yet, if I'm not mistaken, and his last Worlds run was in 02 as well. So I'm really happy that he seems to have some good momentum and he seems to have a good meta read or some calls on that one. And I'm really excited to see him battling it at Worlds if he's not casting. I don't think that is known yet.
Yeah, I gotta say, my favorite match of the tournament, it might be a bit of a surprise. It was D5 versus Jaytheunderdog with that Aegis/Endgame somehow taking down the Guzzlord. That was maybe the biggest surprise of the entire tournament there. I'm not the biggest Aegis/ believer. Even still, you'd think, man, maybe at some point I'd start understanding that this Pokemon's kind of broken. But that was a masterclass showcase here. Maybe Aegis/ could still be showing up at the World Championships. But as far as the top meta picks here, Shadow Sableye put on so much work. Licky Licky is everywhere. If you're not ready for Licky Licky, if you don't bring your own and you don't play out that mirror match like every single game, I don't know how many times we saw that, but you got to be ready for that thing. That's just going to be a monstrosity, and it's going to be everywhere.
Yeah, my favorite match, like aside from the obvious best match of the tournament, I think it's gonna be Marto versus Dabby. I think that's such a nice matchup to show that like surely Jumpluff is the go for Marto in this tournament, but in that matchup I also saw how Marto set up well for or ghost type that we like comparatively rarely seen it to in a competitive series like Jellicent. Like surely it is not as bulky as Galarian Corsola and not as offensive as like Shadow Dusknoir maybe, but it just has good coverage overall or over across the whole meta. So I think I gotta watch out for that thing in Worlds, and also just know to how to play your Lucky's mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we had a lot of nice matches throughout the whole set. I like the AG/slash one as well, where like the AG/slash like barely outpaces the Guzzlord to get to one final gyro ball. That was really interesting. Another one that I really liked was the one with True Shield Dust Noir. I think it was Tomahawk versus AlphaFeeb, where yeah, Dusknoir is able to sweep the backline with 2 sheets, and it's kind of an underrated ghost type because usually people opt for Sableye or Corsola or even maybe something like AG/slash. So yeah, that was an interesting match. About the meta, I feel like this season might be like the most like diverse meta that we have ever had. Like there's just so many viable picks that like that you can choose from. I feel like in previous seasons, like for example, teams used to like have at least like one steal on their team, but we just saw Marto win without a single steel type on his team and winning with Pokemon like Jumpluff and like non-shadow Canto Ninetales, I feel like we've seen more shadow in comparison. So yeah, there's like a lot of room to like build your teams and even make some of your favorites work. So I'm excited to see what people bring in the next month.
Yeah, they say the best trainers in the world do try and win with their favorites, and I do think that there's going to be a lot of variety going into Worlds, plus Licky Licky, of course. But I really appreciate all of your, coming in for some time today. I mean, I know it's sort of starting to get into the later evening for Weedle and Rob. Beelzeboy stayed up all the way till 4 a.m. here, and Yakai, he started this stream at 2 a.m. It's now past 6 a.m. And he's still going, which is kind of crazy. And like AXN is here, so thank you so much, AXN, for making the big sacrifice. I think all of us really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Axel.
But look,
Thank you,
we'll let
Axon.
as far as the other 4 of you guys, we'll let you get some sleep. So thank you everyone for coming in to watch. Thank all of you guys for casting. It's been an absolute pleasure. And of course, who else could we have but all 5 world champions? How often do you get to see all 5 in the one place? I guess we'll see you in San Francisco. Thank you to every one of the casters as well for jumping into this tournament. Obviously, Marto has come away $100 richer. I have come away $100 poorer. And everyone else just got to have a good time along the way. Thank you, everyone, for watching as well. This stream, look, I think the 6 of us would still have a great time watching it anyway if no one was viewing it at all. But it's always nice to have some others to come along for the ride with us. With that said, MartoGalde, our Clash of the Casters champion, is literally live right now. So I guess we'll raid over into the champ. Shoot him your congratulations. He's so good at predicting who is going to win other tournaments. Perhaps he knew who was going to win this. Maybe you can ask him who is going to win the World Championships, and he has a 100% chance of getting that correct. So we'll find out really shortly. But otherwise, thank you everyone for supporting tournaments like this, and we'll see you in the World Championships in, again, just to stress people out a little bit, cortisol spike in about a month's time. There's not a lot of time left. But otherwise, we'll raid off and take everyone. Bye.
Bye, everyone.